Good morning once again, colleagues. My name is Tabang, my name is Bebe. I'm going to be the facilitator for this session. I'd like to welcome you all officially to the Tsogo Road Safety Online Mentorship Program. And I hope that we're going to have a very engaging session. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to build our capacity around, more specifically, the road safety space. I would like to welcome all our partners, all the speakers, all the participants, the most important people who are the beneficiaries of this program, sponsored by the Road Safety Agency, which is RAF. And we're going to have a very nice session with us this morning. We have our co-founders, Tato Mtlhabane and Tabang Ramoroka, aka Abuti Rems, who are going to take us through why are we having this program, why Tsogo Road Safety, why the name Tsogo, and what does this program seek to achieve. And I'd like everybody to just mute your mic so that when somebody speaks, we don't speak over each other. If you'd like to speak, just a few housekeeping rules. There's an icon on the bottom left. I believe if you're using your phone, you can raise your hand, we'll note you, and then I will call you by name. Please also change the name of, if your phone is saying that you're connected with the name of your device, change it to your name, or if you're connected with a meeting, a generic number that Zoom gives you, if it's the first time you use it, please change it to your name so that we can able to address you with your formal name and not call you Mate 20 or call you P20. You know, those things are not nice. So please change your username quickly. It won't interrupt the meeting, to your name and surname preferably, so that we can address you likewise. Colleagues, also, if you would like to say anything before you unmute your mic, please raise your hand so that we note you and admit and acknowledge you and give you the platform to speak. From time to time, I will suppress you, I will mute you when you speak interrupting the meeting, or you speak interrupting, especially somebody who's making a presentation. And colleagues, please feel free to also engage us. I'm not saying I'm going to suppress you from engaging. And without wasting any more time, I'd like to hand over the platform to the founder, one of the co-founders of this program, Abuti Rems, and also Tato Mtlhabane, to take us through the purpose of the day and why we are here. Colleagues, with that, let's just give them the floor to speak.
Okay. Morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Morning, colleagues. As mentioned, my name is Tato Mtlhabane. I'm from Tsogo Road Safety, which is a program of Abuti Rems Foundation. I think I'm given the task of explaining the reason why here. And the reason why here is because we are here to discuss Tsogo Road Safety, or to discuss road safety in terms of how young people can participate in the road safety space. Tsogo Road Safety was started in 2017 and was actually conceived in 2017. And the reason being is because we realized that a lot of young people were actually getting involved in a lot of road accidents. We took it upon ourselves to say that, as young people, maybe let's come up with a program that can actually be able to discuss issues that are facing young people in the road safety space, one. But two was to discuss opportunities that are there within the road transport space. Just not discuss the negative things, but also discuss, the opportunities that are there in the road transport space. Hence, you realize that in our program, we discuss three main objectives. The first one is to people and raise awareness around road safety. The second part would be, capacitating SMEs and businesses within the road transport space in order for them to be ready for opportunities that are within the transport sector. And of course, the other one would be to ensure that NGOs that are able to staging of road safety. So without wasting any colleagues, the idea of the program really it is to conscious young people to ensure them to be able to continue with the messaging and the discussion around road safety. Road safety it has become a thing in South Africa. We actually realized just this past weekend, when we moved to level 2, there was a lot of road accidents. And you know, during the first hard lockdown, you know, in level 5, there were minimal road accidents. And if you look at the stats there, if I'm correct, you if I'm wrong, a lot of road accidents are caused by young people, because we all know that, you know, when you start leaving university and going into the workspace, and you know, you buy your first car, you realize that, you know, there's a lot of influence, a lot of pressure, and also you become very excited and forgetting, you know, the simple road safety skills or road safety knowledge that you have to have in order for you to keep the road fatalities. So in a nutshell, that is Tsogo road safety. And Tsogo road safety, it's more how do we ensure that the young people are participating in a road safety space? But secondly, how do we ensure that NGOs that are on the ground, and I'm hoping that there's many NGOs today participating, how do we ensure that NGOs are able to continue the message in the community? So without wasting more time, Tabang, I think I'm gonna give General Maja. So Taban Ramuroka will actually come at a later stage. I'm gonna give one of our partners, Oliven Development Association, who will be able to also give a word of thanks, and also why they partner with us, because these guys are very critical, Taban and colleagues, because they were able to help us to ensure that we secure the support and the funding from Road Accident Fund. And these are our partners, and they're working together in this program. So we thought it would be very great in order for them to explain what they do as an organization, one, but two, why they actually saw the need and the importance of them partnering with us in this program. Yeah. Thank you.
General, the platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Tato. Thanks, Abuti Rams, and good morning to everyone. This is Nakedi Maja. A development center called Oliven Association is based in Olivenwood, Boss, Centurion. We are a purely non-profit making organization programs to gain facilitate social relief programs such as distribution of food parcels to the needy families. Thank you so much to Tabang. Thank you so much to Tato and the entire company for having trust in us as an organization. And, you know, serving communities in Region 4 of Pretoria, we saw a need of participating in this program, road safety. Why? Because, you know, ka lifestyle Yago Township, the only business that we know as Black society, key issue the taverns. And check statistically, the road that we are using to Johannesburg, Pretoria, Centurion, all over, N14, R55. And stats reflect that motorists, but while Basipela, they are more involved in accidents. And Cheka, all these accidents are caused by usage of alcohol, drink and driving, and we thought in our minds that it's important for us to have institutions that will play a role in safety awareness campaigns. So guys, as an organization, we are more than willing to participate, and we are more than willing to urge youth, especially those that are lacking knowledge in as far as, you know, the road safety. So far we actually been supported financially as we partnered with Tsogo, that we participate. and hope we are going to enjoy and contribute our ideas in this meeting. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, General. Maybe Taban, just to add something. I just wanted to also just give a word of thanks to all our speakers and everyone who has actually taken their time to be part of this program. Because you know that you could have done something rather than joining this program. But also, I want to give a word of thanks to Road Excellence Fund. You know, Road Excellence Fund, they believed in the program before they actually even knew the program. And why I'm saying that is because Road Excellence Fund, they were part of our concept when we were implementing Tsogo road safety in 2018 in partnership with the Transport Education Training, who I'm expecting for them to join us later on. So they actually believed in the program before they actually saw the program. So they believed in the program and said, you know, guys, this is a program where we're thinking that it can actually have an impact in young people, specifically for young people. And this is a program that can be able to ensure that young people are able to raise their challenges and to also to raise their voice and to say, how do we ensure that our communities are more safer? How do we ensure that our schools and our roads are more safer? So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I mentioned that because without the Road Excellence Fund and other partners and other speakers that are going to be speaking later on, we wouldn't have made this program to happen. Thank you, Taban.
Thank you very much, Tato, for that. The reason why I have my video on, I've realized that when some colleagues turn on their videos, it tends to disturb the network because it then consumes more data. So you'd find that a colleague is speaking and then they are buffering or they are cutting. But thank you very much, colleagues, for that brief introduction and brief welcome to the program and an outbreak of or an outline of what the program is about. Colleagues, we're going to get into the meat and the gist of why we are really here. We're going to start first with presentations from our key sponsor, which is the Road Accident Fund. They're going to take us through what the Road Accident Fund is about and just the role of the agency and its involvement in road safety. So I'm going to hand over to our colleagues from RAF, Mr. Thabo, Makwala, and Monde. Their colleagues. I don't know in which order they are coming, but Thabo will take us through the presentation. So let's just be attentive. I hope you have your notepads out, your notebooks out, and you will be able to scribble and they will take us through this very important presentation. Without further ado, colleagues from the Road Accident Fund, I hand over to you and lead us in that regard.
Good morning. I guess it's my turn now. Thank you very much for firstly for the invitation. And as indicated, my name is Thabo. It's Makwela, not Makwala. Makwela. I'm the road safety manager for the Road Accident Fund. My role at the RAF is purely simple. It's just to develop strategies in dealing with road crashes within the country, coming up and implementing and managing our road safety programs within the country. Now, let me also acknowledge the everyone present in this meeting. It's funny I can't see anyone. You know when you're presenting, you want to see the people you're presenting to, how they react to your presentation and what they do. But hey, COVID-19 has changed the way we work now. So allow me to acknowledge everyone who's present and also thanking them for taking part in this program. Now, Who is the RAF? For the benefit of those who doesn't know about RAF, we are an entity of the Department of Transport, mandated purely to compensate those who are injured as a result of road crashes. But then also we are mandated to indemnify those who are seen to be at fault. When we say indemnify, we mean that if I'm the one who has caused the accident against maybe let's say Tato, Tato will have to go and claim from the government. If there was no organization such as the RAF, Tato would have lodged a civil claim against Tabo. So the government decided, you know what, let us establish an organization or an entity that would compensate Tato for his injuries, but then also stand in for Tabo so that Tato doesn't claim or lodge civil cases against Tabo. So that's what we mean when we say indemnify the wrongdoer. The RAF currently spends over 40 billion rand every single year compensating those who are injured, which is a lot of money. And in order to reduce its liability towards road crashes or the victims of road crashes, the RAF board back in 2012 decided to establish a road safety unit that would come and work with the Department of Transport and other transport entities in developing and coming up with road safety programs that would reduce the fatalities within the borders of South Africa. So our unit, it's fairly new. We established in 2013, just to come and play a supporting role. As we know, the RTMC is the leading agency in terms of road safety in the country. So the RF is just playing a supporting role as far as that is concerned. We, as indicated, spent over 40 billion rand, and that's a lot of money. If it was allocated to the Department of Health or to certain municipalities, we could have built a lot of schools and built a lot of RTP houses for the needy communities or people within the country. So as indicated, we're still fairly new. So we decided to look at who's doing what and who's not doing what. And we've realized that there was a lot of shopping within the country. Most road safety officials or officers in the country were just looking at what the Australians are doing, what the Americans are doing. And then we decided, you know what works for the United States will not necessarily work for South Africa. What works for New Zealand will not necessarily work for South Africa. What works for Australia will not necessarily work for South Africa. We have our own unique challenges that must be addressed. So we decided to look at the statistics, the causes of the road crashes, and we also decided to look at who's doing what amongst the transport entities and other road safety organizations, who's doing what and who's not doing what, and then come up with programs that are speaking to challenges that we face in the country. So we've developed about 4 programs in the country, at the RAF, sorry. I'll just give you a brief explanation or a brief, should I say, presentation or about these programs and why we do them. First one that we do, it's what we call the child restraint. If you recall, you would, or if you know the National Traffic Act, you would remember or recall that in 2015, the then Minister of Transport amended the national. You'd recall. Okay, sorry. Is it much better, Mr. T?
Yeah, no, you are perfect. You are perfect,
right.
loud and clear, my leader. Don't panic.
All right, no, thanks. You would recall that back in 2015, the then Minister of Transport, Ms. Limpopo, decided to amend or has amended the National Traffic Act, especially Regulation 252, that speaks to that speaks to children and child restraint, and it came not it came. How can I put this? And effective from the 1st of May 2015, it was compelled of every road user or driver or motorist to make use of a child restraint when traveling with children. And we also looked at a couple of researches that were made by UNISA PhD students as far as the usage of child restraint is concerned. And their research indicated or stated that as a country, we bury over 500 children every single year that are dying from being ejected during a car crash or during an accident. So we decided to come up with a program that would address those two issues: the initial amendment, the amendment of the National Traffic Act, but also then to reduce the number of road crashes involving children. So since then, we've been distributing car seats at roadblocks, been distributing car seats in hospitals, and I think to date we've distributed over 5,000 car seats throughout the country for free. Then we came up with a second program that we named a low-cost infrastructural intervention. This low-cost infrastructural intervention, we decided to do it mainly because of the number of pedestrian fatalities and the development that we see in the country. You would realize that since democracy, there is a lot of changes that is taking place. Let me give you an example, a perfect example. If you know, maybe the Golden Highway and or also a place like Oliven, where the general is operating and his colleagues are operating from, or Oliven Development Association. Golden Highway historically was a highway, and because of development, people started occupying land, or the municipality started allocating land to people on both sides of the highway. Now, you have a situation where people are residing on both sides of the highway, or on the one side of the highway, and on the other side, it's schools and shopping complexes and other businesses. Now, people are now forced to cross the road to go and buy food or to go to school and get other things that they need. And the challenge that they're facing is that they are sitting on the highway, very close to the highway. So this program that we call the low-cost infrastructure, it's meant to redesign or to encourage municipalities to change particular roads from being national roads or highways to become municipal roads. So what we do, we then come up with programs or interventions that would reduce the speed of motorists within a particular area. So if you go to the Golden Highway right now, the speed is no longer 120 kilometers per hour. We've now reduced it down to 60 kilometers. We started taking it down to 80 kilometers per hour, and now last year we reduced it to 60 kilometers per hour. There are certain areas where motorists are still driving 100 kilometers or 80 kilometers per hour because of there's no infrastructure there that forces them to reduce. But in areas where there is high pedestrian activity, we have erected infrastructure that forces motorists to drive at lower speeds. So that's the main reason why we're doing this program, and we are seeing results as far as that is concerned. I was talking to the manager at the Gauteng Traffic Department, and back in 2014, they were reporting about 87 fatalities, pedestrians, and it is unfortunate that it was young people, 87 fatalities a year. Now we're down to at least between 15 and 20 fatalities for the past 2-3 years. So this through this program, we're seeing a reduction in fatalities. Now, we also developed or looked at who is operating within a space of motorcyclists, and then we saw that there's no one who's offering programs that are addressing fatalities or injuries associated or related to motorcyclists. So we came up with a program that we call Practical Motorcyclist Training, mainly because of back in 2013, when I looked at the statistics relating to the motorcyclists who are claiming the RAF, we're talking about 300, 400. But in 2015, the numbers increased from 300 to 2,000, 3,000, 2,500. And that is mainly because of, one, economic growth in the country. And we see more and more Black people buying motorcyclists. And also, two, to purchase a motorcycle, a bank or financial institution would finance your application, even though you don't have a motorcycle, a biker's license. You can go to them with the learner's license. They would provide funding, or they would fund your application. They treat a motorcycle application differently to that of buying a motor vehicle. So we're seeing a lot of brothers and sisters purchasing motorcyclists, and the sad part is that they are not. Most of them were not properly, or by the time they purchased the motorcyclists, they were not properly trained. So we work with organizations such as BMW, Honda, Tsogo motorbike schools, and other biking schools throughout the country in ensuring that we provide training, practical training on how they can become better bikers, and we also try to encourage them to go for licensing. I'm sure most of you know one or two people who just decided to go and buy a motorcyclist from Thabo or from a friend or from a brother or a sister, and started riding without even being licensed. So we're doing that to try and reduce fatalities or crashes related to motorcyclists. Then we decided, you know what, I think we should also tap into public transport or professional driving. You've got your truck drivers, you've got your bus drivers, you've got your taxi drivers. If a bus driver carries or is driving a bus that loads about 60 seated passengers and 15 standing passengers per load, it means every single load he carries about 75 people. And if he carries or if he does about 10 loads a day, it means he transports about 750 passengers a day. Then we decided, you know what, how about we take this driver, improve him or improve his driving skills, and in doing so, we'll be saving the lives of 750 passengers that he carries on a daily basis. All right, and then we've got the last program that we do. We came up with a program that we call a Youth Driver Development Program. This program was developed mainly on several reasons. One main reason was that there was a spike in a number of accidents involving truck drivers, and the unfortunate part was that most of the drivers that were involved were found to be of foreign origin. So the program was mainly established to try and create a cadre of young South African professional drivers, and also to reduce the number of drivers who are of foreign origin and who are not properly trained. We all know that the standard of driving in other or standard of driving differs from one country to the other. So we have seen a lot of foreign drivers coming into the country driving trucks.
Was here a few minutes ago.
Excuse me?
Sorry, there was just someone who turned on their mic by mistake. We've muted them. You can continue, Tam.
All right. So we've seen a lot of young drivers coming from foreign countries coming to the country looking for employment. So that's one of the reasons why we established this program. Two, we also wanted to contribute to the reduction of unemployment within the country by assisting South Africans or matriculants who don't have funds or money to go to school by assisting them with obtaining a driver's license that would serve as a tool to look for employment. Now, we started the program three years ago, back in 2017. Our first intake, in fact, was in 2016, and since then we have assisted over it's thousands. And I'm proud to say over 100 or over 200 of our candidates have now been employed as traffic officers, police officers. They call now and then, thanking us very much for the program. It has helped them, and they encourage us to continue helping others. Now, the RF board decided to take this program and make it one of the key performance areas of the organization because of its ability to contribute to the reduction of unemployment within the country. So those are the 4 programs that we conduct as the RAF, and we do this program, as I indicated, that we looked at who's doing what within the country and who's not doing what, and we said, let us not go and do the same thing that RTMS is doing. Let us look at the other areas that are contributing to a high number of accidents within the country and try and tackle those areas. Now, I'm sure moving on. I'm sure most of you are waiting to hear how or what opportunities are there within the RAF as far as youth is concerned. One, this program, as indicated, it's targeting the youth, those with matric, and who would want to be part of, who would want to be assisted in terms of getting a driver's license so they can go and look for employment, or those who might want to pursue a career in professional driving. So what we do, especially with those who are doing our Code 14 driver's license, we speak to entities or trucking companies and the Road Trade Association in terms of absorbing them for a period of 12 months and absorbing them as buddy drivers so that they can have a feel of what it is to be a bus driver or truck driver, and they can also get an experience of being a truck driver or a taxi driver or professional driver within those 12 months. So after 12 months, then one would then decide if they still want to continue being a truck driver or a bus driver. So that's one area where we contribute to bettering the lives of the youth in South Africa. 2, we have set aside funding for non-governmental organizations that are operating within the transport sector. We provide funding to proposals that are coming in. Abuti Rams Foundation is one of those NGOs that came into the RF requesting funding, and then we looked at their proposal. One thing about the RF is that it is a very, very, very proud and proud organization. They do not want to fund programs that they are already conducting. They do not want to fund programs that doesn't have a direct impact as far as road crashes are concerned. So we look at the uniqueness of proposals that are coming in, and then we evaluate them, send them for approval by the proposals adjudication committee. So if one comes with a proposal that they want to distribute car seats and the RF is already distributing car seats within the country, the chances of that proposal being approved are between 0 and 5%. You'd really have to come up with very, very good reasons why should they fund you for the very same thing. It's like selling an ice to an Eskimo, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we provide funding to road safety programs that are unique and would really have an impact as far as road crashes are concerned. And we also do take interns on an annual basis. We take 2 interns every single year. Those who have studied transport management or traffic municipal and traffic management. Yeah, we take two interns on an annual basis. If budget allowed us or permitted, budget and space permitted us, we would take 100 at a go, because of this fight against road crashes needs a lot. And you would agree with me, Tado and Tabang, that there's very few dedicated road safety officers in the country who know what they're doing. There's just hundreds of us, but the ones that are committed to reducing fatalities in the country, that are committed to contributing to the reduction or prevention of road crashes, are very few. So in a nutshell, that's what we do at the RAF, and we will take questions when during the question and answer time. Thank you very much.
Proper housekeeper.
Thank you very much, Tabo. Colleagues, can you just please don't unmute your mics just yet? We're going to shoot straight to the question and answer session, because your presentation was brief and not as long as we anticipated. And also, given that our other presentation that was scheduled from RTMC will not happen, so you'll have around 15 minutes to do a Q&A. So colleagues, this is how we're going to go about it. Before I can give you time to speak, please raise your hand. I see, I note you, Mampolo, you are noted. I'm going to give you a chance now. Can I have more colleagues raising hands? Not physically, colleagues. There's an option at the bottom of your phone or laptop. You click on the 3 dots and it says raise hand, and then you raise your hand. So for now, there's only one person that I've noticed. Okay, Mampolo. Nakedi Maja, I see you as well. We have 2 people. I'm going to take the first round of 3. I also see Mapadi. Okay, the hand is down now. Okay, we're gonna take Lebo, noted. Keep it up. Don't raise it down, colleagues. I also see Mapadi also. Mapadi Tale. One more for this round of hands. All right. Okay, let's just take these 4. Mapolo, you can shoot. Okay, Dineo, I saw you as well. Dineo Pasha. I'm closing. Okay, Mampolo, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson of the session. My name is Mampolo Mashakwani. I'm the Youth Officer of Sekhukhune District Municipality in Limpopo. Thank you very much for the good presentation by the man from RAF there. But I've got, I need to start with questions, and then from there I'll come up with some comments. But the first one I wanted to check is RAF having, because they've got a very good programs, Chairperson. But I wanted to check do they have programs that are relating to relationships with insurance companies to, I don't know, maybe to compensate them or whatever programs that they can encourage those drive me home programs that they, because not all companies, they do have them, but I wanted to check if, because those are good programs that can reduce number of accidents in our communities. And then more especially in the rural areas, because they definitely lack those kind of programs there. The second question will be, because I see a lot of young people, they're trying to open a number of programs, but there's a kind of like a constraint towards opening an NGO, because you spoke about an NGO being funded to run this safety programs that will benefit their community. But most young people, they are constrained to open NGO because there are a number of compliances that are needed to be able to open an NGO. But can they fund NPO, because of they find to be able to open NPO very quite easily. So I wanted to check if NPO can be able to be funded. Those would be my questions, but Chair, maybe allow me to raise some few comments. Maybe the presenter and yourself, Chair, can also comment on top of my because I see that there is a kind like of a selfish entitlement amongst the communities in terms of this RAF money, the compensation, because they feel like RAF or the government owe them to get. That is why he spoke about 40 billion rand per year, and that is a significant amount, Chairperson, that we don't see ourselves having to government to pay that such amount of money. It's because most of our young people, they've got this self-entitlement that they will involve themselves in an accident because they need that kind of money. And most of them, once they get it, RAF happen to abandon them in number of cases where they spend the money unwisely and recklessly. So those are kind of problems that we're having. How can we try and reduce that kind of self-entitlement around young people to be able to get that money? And another one, Chair, is I see the number of humps in our roads. Number of humps, and most of these humps, they're causing accidents. Why are those humps? And they're correct to have those humps. They're humps because of there is a lack of plan of integrations between municipality and traditional leaders, because of they just give people stands close to the roads where actually, according to the law, close to the roads they should be businesses. They just put people close to the road, like the speaker said, a number of roads now they are congested with malls, communities, and they are forced to cross the road. So I wanted to check what is the actual integration plan, the one that I think is linking between Maroshi and municipality, because there is no plan or consultation when Maroshi have to put stand next to the road and municipality bylaws and all those kind of things. So that is a bigger problem that we are having, Chairperson. But lastly, Chairperson, I wanted to agree with the speaker that I think in terms of formalizing the education for safety is very, very important, more especially from both our schools and community at large, because we tend to focus more on the schools but not in the community, because most of the reality speaking, most of our young people, they've dropped out, they are in the community, they are no longer in the schools anymore. So we must not focus on the schools, but make sure that also we integrate these programs around the community at large, Chairperson. I just want to stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my leader. You've asked a lot of questions, so I'm going to ask Thabo to respond to your questions because they're quite extensive. But going forward, colleagues, please, can we have one question per person? Just summarize your question. We'll give you more time. We're going to have another question and answer session after the next presentation. So Thabo, can you just respond to our colleague there before I allow the other colleagues to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Matlakwana from the Sekhukhune municipality. He's raising very good questions and very good comments. Starting with the relationships with insurance companies. Yeah, we've been in talks with the insurance industry for years, but nothing is really coming up out of our discussions. The last meeting that we had was with Teleshow. Teleshow is a group of, it manages a group, or it owns a group of insurance companies like Budget, your Dial Direct, your MyWay. It's about 6 insurance companies. And then we've engaged several times with Discovery Insurance. I think what needs to happen now is really coming up with programs that are coming up with programs that we can jointly implement. You made mention of the Drive Me Home program. It's a very good program. It's just, we once received a proposal speaking to that. However, it was way too expensive, and we did not have the budget to fund it. As I mentioned, we are just playing a supporting role as far as road safety is concerned within the country, and our budget is minimal. In terms of NGOs and NPOs, yes, we do fund as well NPOs, non-profit organizations or non-profit companies, NPCs. We do fund those. So we don't discriminate as long as a company is not a profit-making organization. We acknowledge the fact that there's 3 different ways of going about this. 1 is through CIPC, 2 is through social development, and also we also fund public benefit associations. So we include them. Coming to your comments, 1, the issue of entitlement and the issue of the misuse of funds or child area. It is a problem nationwide. Hence, we have developed a system that would stop RF from giving people or giving out millions of rands to people. And coming up with a system that would give people salaries. One main reason is that you give, Thabo gets involved in the accident and then he gets about 6 million rand, and then 2 years later, he blew the money away. It is not only Thabo who suffered after the money is finished, but those who also dependent or those who also depend on his income, like his children or his family. So what the RF is now proposing to the government or the parliament is a new system that we call RAPS. It's now at cabinet stage. It might be approved any day. We might introduce the system tomorrow or next year or in the next 2 years, as soon as the cabinet approves it. This system says we prioritize your health more than we give you money. We're not going to give you money and say go. We're going to give you medical insurance that would make sure that those injuries that you sustained are treated up until you're certified by the medical practitioner or a treating doctor saying, I'm not 100% satisfied that this person is healed. Secondly, if one is to be given a lump sum, they would get at least a certain percentage, maybe let's say for argument's sake, 20% or 30% of the money that they're supposed to receive. And then the rest they will get in installment up until your retirement age. Speed humps within the municipalities, what we try to do as the RF is that we don't just go and implement speed humps. What we do, we engage with the municipality, and then we work with the municipal engineers, or we work with the provincial engineers. They're the ones who design the speed humps and the give us the specifications and also get approval for us depending on the route. If it's a municipal route, they will have to get municipality from the Sekhukhune municipality before they can erect that particular speed hump because of their laws and regulations associated with the implementing of speed humps. And I agree with you that we need to come up with a program that maybe can that would target educating our donors, when they are giving out stands to people, that you know what, or the municipality should be involved as far in terms of issuing out of stands. You reminded me of one area where I was buying land a couple of weeks ago. Go high. I'm from Kopanja. I was buying land there. Now the donor was just cutting, and there was a big water pipe, mining, where he was cutting land. And then I said, you can't be issuing land here because of there is a big pipe, and people cannot build on top of this pipe. So you have to move people a bit backwards. So programs like this that would educate our leadership out there are needed. I think it's something that we should really think of and discuss. That would also contribute to the reduction of accidents, especially the ones involving the pedestrians. I mean, if my house is very close to the highway and there are no pathways, kids will just decide to walk on the main road. So it is a problem, but yes, and I agree with you. We should come up with programs to address it. I hope I've answered all the questions and comments. Thank you.
In the interest of time, my leader, I think you've done justice. I'll allow our next colleague, which is Mpadi Tele. Mpadi Tele, you can go ahead. Mpadi, are you still there? Mpadi Tele?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Right. Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead with your question in short. Just be brief, my leader.
All right, no problem. The name is Mpadi Taylor from Butokwa in Molemole municipality. I just wanted to ask a question to the presenter there to say, I heard him speak of programs to assist matriculants as far as acquiring driver's license and stuff like that. So my question then would be, is it possible perhaps to extend because earlier on in his presentation, he also mentioned that young people need to be capacitated as far as understanding and participating in reducing this the accidents on the roads. So I wanted to check, is it possible to extend the program to youth whom are unemployed but are available? Perhaps they're not necessarily in high schools, but they are available within communities. Is it perhaps possible, whether through working with local-based organizations or municipalities, or however possible ways to reach these young people, but to extend that driver's license program that he mentioned, to extend it to these unemployed young people whom are home-based, unemployed, and not necessarily in school. Thank you.
All right, Tabo, before you answer that question, can we take Lebu? Lebu, can you shoot? You have your hand up. Lebu, the floor is yours. Can you just ask your question very quickly?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Thanks a lot, Abu Rams. My name is Lebo Komape from Limpopo Province, Capricorn District, Bloberg Municipality, Ward 21. And look, I want to ask the presenter that, you see, where we come from villages, actually not deep rural areas, but I think the issue of road safety is a concern because of where we come from. There's no sessions, there's no like programs that where we can give our people the information of how the road safety education. And we humbly that the RAF can just because of I think that they are concerned that they're on the national roads and the district and the provincial roads, but the local the rural roads there is also concerned, because if someone died or got an accident or a car crash here, what's going to happen? So we humbly ask that if our roads here in the even though they are not tarred, still gravel, can also give them they can even give us the indication how can we be able to give our people, our community, road safety education. Secondly, I concur with the latter speaker on the issue of unemployed youth. Our youth are unemployed and they want to acquire their license. We humbly ask the RAL to roll out the program even in the rural areas, even though you are not in the high school or TVET or higher institution. I thank you. Yes, I pause.
Thank you very much. I see General Nakedi Maja. Can you just shoot in very short? Don't explain too much, my leader.
Thank you, Chair. Tabo, you mentioned of issues the drivers from our foreign nationals, and my concern is majority of taxi drivers, especially the Avanzas, are guys that are from outside the Republic of South Africa, and those Avanad licenses. How do we cater them in this program? That's one. The last thing, key issue comment in as far as usage or mismanagement, the allocations from RAF to clients. I'm thinking, Tabo, if we are going to roll this program to our beneficiaries or awareness campaigns, the other thing that came to my mind is we need to make sure that renderer in being part of our package, overlay financial literacy awareness that will also be conducted. The reason is, I think, but Waborena, they are involved in accidents. At the end of the day, moto atukfale alipua. I'm thinking that it's vital that we conduct, literacy to them, that they have to save money after being allocated from RAF. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Nakedi. And the last person for this round of questions, colleagues, I'm looking at the issue of time. I'm going to take Dineo Pasha, and then Tabo will respond, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. But we'll have another question and answer where you can also pose some questions for us. So, Naledi Pasha, can you come through?
Morning. My name is Pasha Dineo. I wanted to ask Mr. Makwela about the issue that she already mentioned, but someone already spoke about it. It's about the program that they have in hand that assisted learners with their driving license 3 years back. I wanted to know whether does it still exist or it only happened 3 years back, and if it still exists, how one can be able to get hold of it, since a lot of young people are from rural areas. Some of them, their family background are poor. So will they be able to assist those learners? And also I wanted to know whether it does help the learners the learners who just completed matric or the youth as general. That's what I wanted to know.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. T, you can just conclude with answering these questions.
Thank you. Very, very good questions to all the participants. Starting with Mr. Taylor from Go Tlofa. Question it's similar to Naledi, Barakamantineo Pasha, and also slightly similar to Ilayaha and Naledi Maja. Is the program only available to matriculants only, or can it also be extended to those who are from colleges, manual qualifications, and they're really available to acquire a driving license? The mandate that we were given as a unit was that we focus on matriculants. However, we've been adding there and there those with qualifications, mainly because of in certain areas you find that there's only a few that are interested in doing in taking part in the program, and those with qualifications would come forth and say, "Can I be part of that program?" So we end up taking them. So next year we're going to change. The next year we're going to change our recruitment process in terms of only looking for those with matric, because of, to be honest, some of them they just lie. If we say we're only looking for those with matric, when they submit CVs, they don't mention that they've got qualifications. They just state that they've got matric only. So we're going to make it open. As long as one fall within a certain age group, then they can be accepted into the program. Lebuko Mabi from Blobek Municipality. You've asked two questions. One was related to this. This year, in fact, Blobek Municipality was one of the beneficiaries this financial year. I came to Blobek Municipality last year in December. I came again this year. Around, I think maybe last month or late June. I'm working with the office here, I think youth desk. So they've identified for me 40 candidates go Blobek Municipality in different wards. Okay, at least about 40 that are going to be starting more programming as soon as doing it. And the remedy for the COVID statistics, the president announced a lower level, then we can start. So I'm happy to say that we've got 40 from your municipality, different ones that will be benefiting in this financial year. And next year we look at other municipalities. Programs within the far-flung areas of the country or deeper rural areas of the country. The RF doesn't only provide funding, but we also believe in partnerships as well. Maybe, let's say there's a youth organization that's conducting an awareness program. They want to invite the RF, and they can just invite us for a partnership, even though they submitted a program which is not funded. They can invite us for partnership. We can assist in terms of maybe catering our stakeholders or buying promotional items for the participants, as long as you invite us in time. Don't invite us today and say, we've got a program tomorrow. I can come and assist in terms of catering. Let us plan your program or event or activity together. Maybe we can come on board and say, okay, we'll buy 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll provide water or provide catering for stakeholders. So we can do partnership in the absence of giving you funding. We can assist financially with other things if you do have a program. And it would really help if we've got organizations in the deeper or far-flung areas of the country that are operating within the transport or the road safety space that we can work with. Mr. Maja, you mentioned issue having foreign taxi drivers, and the one main reason is that our taxi operators or taxi owners and company, most businesses, they want cheap labor. And if one is willing to work the whole day for 100 rand, I mean, and they give you 1,500 a day, any businessman would take them. Yeah, so, but these are some of the areas that we are trying to address as the RAF, to encourage owners and businesses to employ people who are highly qualified or who are qualified as far as driving is concerned, who are tested, and then who are licensed. So these are some of the areas we need to tackle. We need to come up with a program that would go around encouraging business owners to employ locally, but then also to employ those who are licensed. You see, so it is a challenge because of these are the people that normally in an accident they would hit somebody and they would run away, or they would cause an accident, abandon the vehicle, run back to their country because they are not licensed. They are not. Some of them they are not in the country legally. And then we should also, I think, involve associations, associations in our regions, or work together with associations in terms of rooting out all these people who are not licensed. Those who are not licensed, and then encouraging them to employ the ones who are complying with the law. Mismanagement of funds by our claimants. True, it happens everywhere in the country. We're working with an organization called the Financial Planning Institute. We've got an agreement with them. Every single beneficiary gets a chance to sit with this institution for free. They provide financial advice for free. They advise them on how they can invest their money, how they can spend their money. But we know black people. Tabo has never received 100,000 or 10,000 in his bank account, and then you give him 2 million. Wow, that would make him crazy. So the only thing that would change how we behave as South Africans, as this new system that's coming in which one would not get the lump sum, but would get a monthly installment up until their retirement age. So they do, in short, they do get counseling, financial counseling from the Financial Planning Institute. Ms. Dineo Pasha, yes, the program still exists. We're doing 960 candidates this year. In Limpopo, my area of focus this year was Belabela municipality and Blowback municipality. However, Belabela did not come on board. I've been engaging with them since last year. So I decided to take the entire 40 candidates and give them to Blowback municipality. And 40 candidates and then give them to Blowback municipality. And yes, we're changing how we operate. When we started to advertising on social media and on our website, however, we realized that we are not reaching the recipients or candidates that we are aiming to assist. So how we work now is that we speak to the municipality, go to the municipality and say, can you assist us in terms of identifying for us 40 candidates in your areas, in different wards, in the far-flung areas of your municipality, those who do not have access to this kind of services, to come to become part of this, and then they identify for us, give us a list, and then we work with those candidates. We also then ask them to identify driving schools for us that we would work with in terms of developing or issuing or helping our candidates with driver's licenses. So, yeah, Mr. T, I think I've covered all the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thabo from the Road Accident Fund. And what an insightful presentation and an extensive response to the questions of our participants. Colleagues, we are now going to move swiftly along to our next item on the agenda. We're going to have Dr. Rosh Mababolo. He's going to take us through what you call the business canvas model. So it's going to be a short workshop, a crash course for 30 minutes. So I hope that you buckle down, you get your thinking caps on, you get ready to just absorb as much knowledge as possible. Mr. Roche will also, I believe, be sharing a presentation, a short presentation. and we will also try to make it available. Before I hand over to him, I just want to highlight this very important thing, rather, that it's good that we have this presentation at the business model canvas after the presentation from the Road Accident Fund, as they are looking for organizations and people to partner with who are doing projects on the ground in the rural communities, especially in places where we have high number of accidents, especially those communities that are based around our national roads, very dangerous municipal roads and all those roads that are giving us problems. Like, in the last couple of years or ever since I was born, Moloto Road has been one of the most dangerous routes in the country. And there are communities around those routes and like that. And the N1 as well towards Polokwane, after you pass Mudimole, there's been a lot of issues and there are communities around those areas. So this is also to capacitate you that how do you build a project, program, or rather, how do you take your company and position it in a way that it will better produce a project that the road accident funds can partner with. I mean, the Tsogo Road Safety Program followed the core principles of the business canvas model. And that's why we came up with the RAMS Foundation came up with a brilliant concept to capacitate young people in the space of road safety. So these are one of the tools that we use to compile these programs that the Road Accident Fund wants to fund, wants to partner with, wants to bring to the people on the ground. So please, colleagues, if you're having a company, a non-profit company, an organization, this is your time to really get into it, buckle down, take notes. We'll avail the presentation after the workshop. So please, colleagues, let's give Dr. Rosh Mamabolo the platform. I noted the hands. We will have a question and answer session after the session before our short break. Dr. Rosh Mamabolo, please, without wasting more time, please take over the platform and take us through.
Thank you, Thabo. Kato, Tawang, Tabuki Rams, and Thabo Makwela for an insightful presentation. So mine is basically to take you through the business model canvas. But I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? So mine is to take you through a business model canvas that you can run or that you can adopt in running your business. So I have 30 minutes to take you through the presentation. Please note your questions. We usually do this presentation over 4 hours or so, but it's got okay. Can everybody hear me? Am I audible now?
Rosh, just to disturb you, sorry for disturb. We can hear you, but I don't know if there's a secondary device that is connected to the same meeting around you that can be causing an echo, or if you are trying to have the live stream on, please maybe with another device cut it. But otherwise, your sound, if you maybe can come closer to the laptop, we'll be able to hear you more audibly. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm not so sure if you can hear me now. So, okay. I'm assuming you can hear me. So the idea of the business model canvas is, to help you structure your business or your program in such a way that you are able to derive value out of it. You are able to make money out of it. You are able to be impactful in the community. In this case, in the road safety community. So it's a very straightforward, not very complicated process that you you can invite your team members to come and help you brainstorm it. The idea at the end of this exercise is for you to be able to see your business or your program in one page. So you can have all the elements of what makes your business or your program, all of them in one page. So we are going to go through it quickly. Please, if you have any questions, note them down, and I'll try and answer them later at the end. So a business model canvas, and I'm hoping that you can see my slides. Often, what we do is we have these brilliant ideas or brilliant businesses, and we leave them to luck. You know, we always say, if I'm lucky, I can get funding from RAF. If I'm lucky, I can get a sponsor. You know, but you know, luck is not a business model. So you need to sit down and structure your business in such a way that it offers value, but also in such a way that you are able to attract the funding that is required. And also, once you have secured the funding, that you're able to run this program in a sustainable manner. So it's important that you don't leave your business or your project or your NPO to last,
Roch,
right? Yes, sir.
Roch, it's Tato Yene. We're actually struggling to hear you. I think the problem is the sound. Ne? It seems like there's something moving behind you, or there's something with your connection. Can you please try and assist in that? So in terms of your presentation, we can see it and everything, but the problem is the sound. So the sound, we can't hear you properly. Like, it's like you are very far, but also there's something that is moving. I don't know what's
Okay.
there.
Sorry, I apologize for that. Let me just check what might be the issue.
Rosh, is there, because I know with Zoom, I don't know why, is there maybe a heater or fan connected in your office?
There's actually nothing. I don't know why you can't hear me. There's actually nothing at all. So it's
Okay,
just...
maybe do you have headsets? Maybe let's try headsets.
Okay, so should I put on my headsets?
Yeah, let's try headsets and then let's see.
Okay.
All right, colleagues, we apologize for that. We just want to get the sound very loud and clear, because the importance of this business canvas model towards project is we cannot really overstate it. So we want Dr. Roche to really be loud and audible so that we can be in line with his presentation. I see you have your headsets on. Can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Is it better? Is it better?
Hey, it's still a bit off, but at least you are more audible now.
Okay, okay. So let's see how it goes. I apologize for that. Okay.
Yeah. So if you can just try to speak louder, ne?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
So, yeah. So the success of your business should not be a matter of luck. You know, you need to be able to plan your business in such a way that you are able to attract the right sponsors, the right partners, but also in such a way that your business is successful, or your progress, or even your NPO, right? So it's important that you plan. It's not a very difficult exercise. It's something that you can do together with your partner. You can do it all by yourself, or you can get a partner that can help you to put these ideas together. So what is a business model? Basically, it's how are you going to make money, right? So we all have these brilliant ideas. We all have these brilliant concepts and programs. RAF is saying we are willing to partner with you, you know, but how are you going to make money? And making money is not just only getting sponsorship, but it's also running the programs, being impactful, paying your operational expenses, and still be left with some money at the end. So it's basically how do you plan to structure your business in such a way that you're able to make money, you're able to create value, you're able to be impactful in your community, right? So that's what a business model is. It's basically what is the service that you're offering, and you know, how are you going to make money from that service? So it's fairly straightforward. It's nothing difficult, nothing complicated. But the reason why we call it a business model canvas is that it's on one page. It's on a one big canvas. So by just looking at this one big page or one big canvas, you are able to see your business, how it operates, where the money comes from, where the money is going to, what are you paying, who are you partnering with, how are you doing what you are doing. So what this canvas is let's put your entire project, let's put your entire business, how it works in one page. And you're able to look at your business in one page, and you're able to look at how it works, you know, the mechanics of how it works just in one page. So, and by so doing, you'll be able to see where the gaps are, where the opportunities are, and all those kind of things. So it's important that you are able to have the operation of your business or your project, in that case, and how it works, right? So it's on a canvas. It's how your business delivers value on one page. So it's on a canvas, right? So are you able to see it in one page? Right. So, and this is in essence your canvas. This is your business. This is your NPO. This is your program, all in one page. And what I'm going to do is I'm going in the next 30 minutes or 25 minutes is I'm going to take you through all the elements of what a canvas is. As I'm going through these elements, please try and think of your project, your program, and how you're going to structure your program in one page. Some of you might have done this exercise. Some of you are seeing this for the very first time, but I'm going to assume that we are all seeing this for the very first time and we are doing this together, right? So there are about 9 building blocks to your business model canvas, right? So that, you know, and you should be able to go through those, write them down, and you can actually even do that exercise now as I'm going through this, write those elements, apply those elements in your business. So I'm going to use as an example a Scholar Patrol as a case study, right? As an example. So I'm going to go through the 9 elements of a business model canvas, but my example or my case study will be you are running a Scholar Patrol program. Some of you might be running a program on how to teach matric students to secure their driver's license. You know, there might be different types of programs that you are running. I'm gonna use this as a case study, but as I'm going through this, also look at your program and try and identify the elements in this model canvas that are applicable to your business. Okay, so the first component of your program or your business model canvas is what we call customer segment. Who are your customers, right? Who are the people who are going to bring money into the business, right? So who are they? Where are they? And what is it that they are, what is it that they want, right? So start identifying who your customers are. REF is not your customer, right? REF is probably a partner. They might be a sponsor, but they are not your customer, right? So start identifying who are your customers. What are their age groups? Where are they? Are they urban? Are they rural? How do they spend their money? Understand the difference between a customer and a consumer, right? So understand the difference between a customer and a consumer. So sit down and say, okay, I'm trying to teach kids how to secure a driver's license, right? So are they my customers or are they my consumers? Who's paying, right? So, you know, the person who's paying is your customer. The person who's using your service is your consumer. They consume your product. Most of the time, the two are the same people. Other times, the two are not the same people, right? So for instance, if I'm dealing with matric students, they don't have the money to pay you. Maybe their parents is paying for them. Maybe someone else is paying for them, right? They are not your customers. They are your consumers. They are the ones who are going to consume your services, but someone else is paying for those services. So just understand the difference. But it's important. Look at your program, look at your project, look at your business and start identifying who are my customers, right? So in a Scholar Patrol case study, Your customers would be, your consumers would be your scholars, your students, for instance. But sometimes it might be your drivers, the people who are driving, because of your services on the road, they don't get to, you know, have accidents where they hit other students who are trying to cross the road. So who are those customers, right? So the Scholar Patrol, my primary customers are the scholars, are the people who are crossing the road, right? Age group, identify the age group. Are they young people? Are they matriculants? Are they people who are already working? You know, are they males? Are they females? Demographics, where are they? Are they urban? Are they rural? You know, how do they spend their money? Right? Do they have money? How do they spend their money? And sometimes it might be that because I'm running a scholar patrols project, the busy times in my project is from January to November, and maybe also December is quiet, schools are closed. I don't have my customers. My customers are not there. Or sometimes during June or March, Easter holidays, my customers are not there. So look at where are your customers, who are they, identify them. Understand, are they your customers or are they your consumers? This is very important because these are the people who are going to pay for you for your services, who are going to bring money into your businesses. Bear in mind, always bear in mind, no customer, no business, right? No customer, no business, right? So start identifying those people who are going to be your most important people in your business, the people who are going to bring money into your business, right? So that's the first component. The second component is what we call value proposition. So you have identified these customers. You know who they are, you know where they are from, you know their age group, you know when more or less are they busy, where they will need your services. So you know who these people are. What service, what value are you offering them, right? So what value can they get from you? What are you offering them? Now that you know them, what are you offering them? What is the value that you're offering them? What problem are you solving for them? Remember, it's about them, right? So what problem are you solving for them, right? What job are you trying to get done? What problem, what pain are you trying to solve for this customer? No value, again, these customers will not buy from you. No value, these customers will not see the need for you, for your business, for your program, for your project, for your NPO. What value, what service are you bringing to this customer? Again, when we use my Scholar Patrol case study, we bring safety. So by doing our Scholar Patrol program, we are bringing safety to our customers. They will feel safe. They will not get hit by the cars. They will not have to get injured. So the value through our Scholar Patrol program is that we are protecting them from being hit by cars. We are protecting them to be healthy scholars, to be healthy students who can focus their time on studying and not stressed about crossing the road because there's too many cars, not stressed about being fearful, you know. They just focus on their learning because we have protected them when they have to cross the road. That's the value that we are offering them. The pain is they might be involved in a car accident, they might arrive late from school because there's too many cars on the road, so they can't cross the road, and as a result, they get late to school. We protect cars from damages, from hitting students. So our customers, they feel safe, they feel protected, they feel that there is value in what we're offering as a service to them, right? So it's important to not only identify them, but also identify the value that we are offering to them. No value, they will not buy from us. They'll go and buy or use someone else's services. So identify who your customers are, identify the value that you're offering your customers. The third component of your business model canvas is the channel. Now we know who our customers are. We know the value that we offer them. How do we get this value to our customers? Which channel do we deliver this value that we have to our customers? Again, it's important that they are able to access your product or your value. If you know them, and you have a valuable product or service that you're offering them, but they cannot access you. You will not be able to deliver your value to them. You will not be able to be impactful. So how do you deliver this product, this service, this value that you have? How do you deliver it to your customers that you have identified? This is where channels come in, right? What channel? Well, this is our customers. This is the value that we have. How do we deliver this value that we have to our customers, right? No value, no channel here. The value will sit on the one side, the customer will sit on the other side. They will not be able to access you, right? So how do we deliver this to our customers, right? Is it a physical thing, right, where they have to come to us? For instance, I run a driver's license learning center. They have to come to me. That's the channel that I'm providing, right? They have to come to me, and then they sit on a desk, and then I teach them, and then they write a test, and then they are ready. So that's the channel that I'm using. I have a physical space that they come to me, and that's a channel. Or is it a web service? No. They don't have to come to me. There's COVID and all these things. I will teach them online. So my channel to access them is online. They just need to log in, and then I'll do the lessons online. What channel do you use to get your services or your value from yourself to your customers, right? So in my case of a scholar patrol, for instance, I need to take my team. We go physically to the side of the road, right? That's the channel that we deliver our service to our customers. We have to be there. We have to leave our offices, our homes, where we are. We have to go to a specific side of the road, mainly a busy intersection or a busy road where students pass during busy times, before or after school, right? That's where we deliver our value, right? So students don't come to us for them to access our scholar patrol services. We go to them to give them our service. So that's the channel that we use, right? So it's important to understand, how do people access your service? And it's through the channels that you have. Think of your project, think of your NPO. How do these customers access you? If they can't access you, they can't use your services. You cannot be impactful. And if you cannot be impactful, if you cannot deliver your services, you cannot make money. The customers will not be able to pay you. RAF will not be able to fund you because you are not accessing your customers, right? So RAF will say, we'll fund your program on condition that you are being impactful, right, to the people, to the community. So start thinking about the channels of how you take your service to your customers. Building block number 4 is customer relationships, right? So how do you manage this relationship? And I saw one of the questions that came out earlier was how do we deal with Mahoshi and tribal leaders? It's through relationships. Do we have relationships with our customers? Do we have relationships with our stakeholders? Do we have relationships with people that are going to make our project go forward? Do we have relationships with RAF, with Mtate, Thabo Makwela? Do we have these relationships with our stakeholders? So it's important to have the relationships with all these customers. Don't try and do what I call a special grab approach, where the only time Mtate Makwela gets to hear of you is when you need money, right? So you need to have those relationships where even when you don't need money, build those relationships with the people around you, with the people in your communities, build those relationships, understand them, so that you are able to have a good relationship with them and work with them going forward. It will be easier for you to know what they want, to know what their struggles are, to know what their mistakes are when you have that relationship with them, right? So again, customer relationships, absolutely, absolutely important. What I see a lot of entrepreneurs make is they only focus their energies on securing funds, securing customers. They don't keep their relationships, they don't maintain their relationships, they don't grow their relationships. They only focus on customer, 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 but they don't focus on how do I grow my customers? How can we expand our services, right? And the only way you can do that is when you have relationships with your customers. Again, avoid the smash and grab approach. Build relationships with your sponsors. Once in a while, invite them on site to come to your offices to come see you do your work. Have, if they are your partners, have their logos on your website, have their logos on your advertising material, on your pamphlets. Build those relationships, right? And retain them. Give them reports. Involve them in suggestions on how to improve your services. Build that relationship that you have with them, right? As you build those relationships, you are able to get them to sponsor you. You are able to get them to assist you in things that you need. Don't just speak to them only when you need money. Build relationships with these people. Over a long time, they will trust you. Over a long time, they'll know what your challenges are and they'll want to help you. Remember, people do business with people that they have a relationship with. So it's important that you build those relationships. Then they can trust you with money. They can trust you with a whole lot of other things because they know who you are. They know how you behave. They know you're trustworthy. They can trust you. They can trust you with their sponsorship. So build those relationships, right? Again, you make money more from your current customers, from your new customers. You make money from the current relationships that you have than from your customers. As these people trust you, as these people know what you do, they know how you operate, they will be able to say, we like you, we like how you operate, we are willing to go with you. And that relationship is important, right? Number 5, remember there's 9 building blocks. So the 5th building block is revenue stream. So where are you going to make your money from, right? It's important to identify where are you going to make your money from, right? So are you making money from sponsorship fees? Are you making money from contributions from communities, from schools around? Are you doing fundraising events? Are you getting donations? Are you getting people to pay a little amount of money for the service that you're offering, right? Identify those revenue streams. The mistake that I see entrepreneurs make or people who are running organizations make is they only identify one revenue stream, right? And that's just sponsorship. So we identify one. And if we don't get that sponsorship, we don't have money, our business, our project, our NPO collapses. Try and identify multiple sources of revenue streams. So maybe you might have a big wall outside of your driving center. Why don't you just paint it nicely and use it as an advertising space? Maybe somebody wants to advertise, they can use your wall as an advertising space. That's free revenue that's coming into your business. Maybe you have a website. There's a lot of traffic on your website. Why don't you use your website as advertising space where people can advertise on your website? That's money coming in. You are busy doing something else, but you're also deriving revenue from other opportunities that you might have because of the infrastructure that you have cars that you use for teaching learners, students, right? Use your car as advertising space, right? Because your car is always on the road. You can use your car to have banners plugged on your car as an advertising space. The people who advertise on your car, they pay you 500 Rand every month. If you have 2 or 3 or 4 of those banners on your car, that's 2,000 free money, right? So start thinking of what other sources of revenue can I bring into the business, right? Okay, so those are the 5 aspects. Who are your customers? What value are you giving your customers? How are you delivering that value to your customers? How do you maintain those relationships? And what revenue are you bringing into your business? So the right side, this part of your business model canvas, is involved with money coming into your business. So this is the inflow. This is the money coming into your business, either through sponsors, through advertising, through fundraising events, through selling of services, through selling of products, and all those kind of things. That's the money coming into your business. You have all this, so you know when you look at your canvas, you know who your customers are. By looking at your canvas, you know already what value you are giving them, how are you giving them the value, how are you building this relationship, and you know how much, where is the money coming from. By just looking at one page, you are able to see how the money coming into your business, how it comes in, where does it come from, and through what are you bringing that money. So that's the right side of your business model canvas. Now let's focus on the left side. The left side of your business model canvas, this side here of the business model canvas, is involved with money going out of your business. Remember, this is involved with money coming into your business. The left side is involved with money going out of your business. Where is the money going to? What are we paying? Why are we paying the money that's going out of the business, right? So that by the time we finish the business model canvas, we're able to see money, where the money comes from, and where is the money going into? Where is the money going to? And all this in one page, we're able to see our project, our NPO, our business in one page, and how our business operates. So it's very important to know that, right? So where is the money going to, right? Key resources. So what resources do we need? So if you're doing a driving school, you might need a car, you might need manuals, you might need a land, you might need poles, for reverse parking, parallel parking, and all those kind of things, right? So what are the key resources? Remember, without key resources, you cannot render your services. You cannot offer value. And if you can't offer value, your customers will not be able to buy from you. So what key resources do we need? What assets do we need? You need a website, for instance, right? So it's important to identify what assets do we need. Do we need funding? Do we need physical assets? Do we need some patents? Do we need some, IP? Do we need skills? Do we need training, right? So what key resources do we need? Okay. Now back to my Scholar Patrol. I know for a fact that for my team, we need safety clothes. So we need to have those bright light BBs that we need to wear in case it's dark, it's raining. We need to have caps. We need to have signage. We need to have the stop signs. We need to have training, right? So we need to have training materials so that before we go out there, we have trained our team. We need to have a website so that our partners can see what we do. Maybe we need to have a phone so that they can call us as well. So what key resources do you need, right? So it's important to identify what are the things and by identifying these things, you are able to then go to, for instance, RAF to say, we have this project, we have identified, this is our customers, this is the value that we have identified. We just need this type of resources. We need signage, we need the right equipment, we need cones, we need all these things for us to be able to execute this project. So whatever program that you run, identify what are the key resources that you need for your program, okay? Nextly, what are the key activities, right? So we have this assets. We have, so what key activities do we need to do, right? Do I need to, if for instance, I'm running a production company, I'm doing consulting, I'm doing supply chain, I'm doing agriculture, they all have different activities. For your project, for your NPO, for your business, what are the key activities that you need, right? So, for instance, in my scholar, okay.
Sorry about that, Dr. Roach. I've muted the person.
Okay. Okay, so what are the key activities? So in my Scholar Patrol, I know, for instance, for us to execute our service and offer value to our community, we need to arrive on time. So if school starts at 8, we need to be there at least at maybe say 6:30 or 7 o'clock We need to arrive on time. We need to do a roll call. So we need to check, is everybody there? We need to set up the signage on the side of the road. We need to get the team to be in safety, visible attire. We need to take position. We need to then start monitoring as the scholars are coming through, and then we start doing our work. And at the end, after 8 o'clock, maybe we wait maybe until 8:30, and then we dismiss everybody. We then report if there's any incidents. We then have a channel where we report and we dismiss everybody. These are the key activities that we run for our scholar patrol. Know those activities, run those activities, write them down on your business model canvas. If you're running, for instance, if you're running a learner driving center, when a learner comes in, what are the processes? You need to check the ID, you need to check the learner license, they book, and then from there you have a process. Then they get into a car. What do you test before they get into a car? Pre-trip inspections. Once they're inside, they do all these things. You need to have that step-by-step on what are the key activities that you render for your program, for your NPO, or for your services. So it's important to understand those activities. It's important so that when you are not there and someone else has to come and run your program, they know what needs to be done step by step. Okay. Then the eighth, second last component of the business model canvas is, who are your key partners? So who are you working with? Who are these people that you need to have the relationships that, remember we spoke about relationships here? Who are these people that you need to have for your business to run, right? So who are they? Are they partners? Are they sponsors? Are they joint ventures? Maybe I'm running a learner driver center. I don't have a car, but I need to rent out a car. The person that you're renting that car from is your partner, right? So who are these partners that you are getting involved with? What resources are they providing for you? Mahoshi, for instance, the kings, the tribal leaders, they are your partners, because without them giving you permission, you cannot run your project. You cannot run your NPO. So in my scholar patrol case study, my partners would be, for instance, my scholars, right? They are my partners. The schools, right, in the area, they are my partners. My sponsors, they're giving me money, they're donating equipment, they are my partners. The drivers on the road, they are my partners. I need to have a good relationship with them so that when I put up the stop sign, they stop because we have that good relationship. They are my partners. Traffic authorities, your traffic cops in the area are your partners, because they are also, ensuring that the people, the road users, and everybody on the road, they respect what you are doing. So if you have a good relationship with them, they will also endorse you, they'll support you. Companies, insurance companies, they are your partners. Government, Department of Transport, and all these people are your key partners. Start building relationships with these people. If you have good relationship with these people, if you don't fight with these people, and you're not throwing stones at them, if you have a good relationship with them, then ensure that your project has got the right support, the right endorsement, and you'll be able to implement your project successfully. What assets are you acquiring from them? Maybe through your partnership with them, they might give you cash or asset donations. They might offer to train you. Maybe you have a good relationship with the traffic authorities. They might want to train your team on the new rules of the road and things like that, right? If you've got partnership with companies, they might want to come and assist with certain things. So what do you get from this partnership? Don't only just go to these people when you need money, but build this relationship so that they can assist with other things that you might need. What key activities are they performing for you? They might come, just the mere presence of a traffic officer on the side of the road as a scholar patrol. It makes road users or drivers to have respect for us, right? Just their mere presence is enough for the drivers to respect what we do, right? Taxi drivers will stop when we put up a stop sign because they can see that there's a traffic cop standing on the side of the road. So build those key partnerships with these people, directly or indirectly. Have good relationships with them, have a good working relationship with them, right? So it's important that You have good relationship with the teachers, with the insurance companies, with all the other stakeholders. Identify them. Sit down, tribal leaders, sit down, identify who these key partners are, visit them, have a meeting with them, tell them what you're doing, what you want to do. They might actually be willing to help you with certain things that you didn't even know, but they might help you with. So have that relationship with them, right? The last aspect of your business model canvas is the cost structure. How much is it costing you to run the whole operation, right? So have your costs written down, right? What are you paying for salaries? Are you paying for rent? What are you paying for, right? In my Scholar Patrol project, I might pay stipends for my patrollers. I might need to buy safety clothing. I might need to buy signage. I might need to print training manuals. I might need to get somebody to come and train them and therefore pay those people. I might need a website, so I need to pay for hosting my website. I might need a phone so that people can contact me. So this is my cost structure. So have a cost structure. How much are you, how much does this operation need financially for you to run it, right? You need to know if you're going to go ask for sponsorship, how much are you looking for, right? So that you know when you go to a potential sponsor, you're able to say, we need 50,000 because we want to buy key resources, we want to buy clothes, signage, we need to pay for stipends, have that cost structure. So it's important that you know that, right? So in a nutshell, that's your business model. On the right side of your business model canvas, that's the money coming into your business from your customers because you're offering them value and you're delivering value to them and they're able to pay you and you have a good relationship with them and they like you, they want to do business with you and that relationship grows. And as a result of that relationship growing, you're able to make money out of your program and you even identify other revenue streams from your program. And so the money comes into your program. Where does the money go to? The money goes to key resources. You need to buy this, you need to buy a computer, you need to buy a phone, key activities. Now that we have a phone, now that we have clothing, we have signage, this is what we need to do. We need to be able to stand on the right side of the road and do Scholar Patrol. But hold on, we need to have partners. We need to have partners with the school, we need to have partners with insurance companies, we need to have partnership with RAF, we need to have partnership with traffic cops, so that once we have that relationship and that buy-in with our partners, they are able to support us, they're able to do this project. Oh, and by the way, I need to pay, there are all these expenses that I need to pay for me to run this operation. All of these are in one page. You're able to see how your business works, you're able to see how your business operates, you're able to see who you need to bring on board, you're able to see who your customers are. All of these are all in one page, and you are therefore able to take this and go out there and do your project. And you might want to grow it from there. You might want to get into traffic patrol, not just for schools, but in busy intersections during holiday peak traffic hours, in beaches, in churches, church conferences. There's a whole lot of traffic there. You might want to take this model, this business model canvas, and then apply it in other opportunities in business conferences, safety camps. You might want to do a safety camp, road safety and sports. So you are able to take this model, you're able to replicate it, copy and paste it elsewhere, and you're able to grow from there, right? Right? So you can get other sponsors, you can get other people to come and sponsor your project.
I want to buy shares, Kasaso.
Okay? And then, of course, businesses don't fail because they lack a product. I'm convinced that you guys, you don't fail because you don't have good ideas. You all have good ideas. You all have good products. You all have these amazing NPOs. The reason why they don't succeed is because one, they lack customers, because you identify your customers as government, as NPO only, but you don't identify other revenue sources, but also because you don't have a profitable business model. That's why your projects don't take off and they don't succeed. And I'm hoping that through this presentation, you'll be able to put up a strong business model canvas, you are able to then take that canvas and run it out. And sometimes you don't necessarily even need sponsors. You might actually need paying customers. That's all you need. And you're able, and then when RAF and all these other projects come in to sponsor you, they just put money on top of a business model that's working. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Roche. I want to just facilitate the Q&A session for the next 5 minutes. So I see we already have one person, Huawei Mate 8 has raised his hand. I'm going to take 4 more hands. So please raise your hand before I note you to speak. Huawei Mate 8, I noted you. I don't know your name. And can we take another 4 more hands quickly?
Come in.
Colleagues, please be careful. Do not unmute your mics. We'll hear your secrets. Ne? I see Mampolo also is coming again. Can we have new people as well to raise their hands? Can we have new people as well to raise their hands? I have 2 hands so far. I'm taking 3 more. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to take these 2 hands and then I'll try and give another person. I see Siabonga is asking on the chat box, how do I raise hand? Siabonga, if you can't find the raise hand icon, just type your question. I'll read out to Dr. Roche. All right, colleagues, Mate 8, Huawei Mate 8, please go ahead. Please state your name so that we have it for the record.
Thank you, Tabo, or Chairperson. I got lost along the way. General Maja, it's you know this technology, man, Rena old school, but nonetheless, Ntate Mama Bolo, thank you so much for the presentation. You know, I'm a bit worried because Nkanova live vision, but Kashota the know-how on the rolling out part. Ngano kwa business plan, you know, people are talking business plans and so forth and so forth. But about it, I've never been exposed to such. And Lena, you have got experience in that. How are you willing to assist? Remember, we're dealing with the entire Republic of South Africa. And currently we're speaking to youth that might be interested in having different businesses. Are you available to take us with our hands, or we do our drafts? You criticize where possible. We come back, sit down, edit, and have a consolidated or a convincing business plan. That's one. 2, key issue I believe with those business plans, the startup capitals, because it's always motivating to have something, you know, like in as far as you will be able to travel, where go departmenting and so forth and so forth. Hence I said, or I got lost, I missed few points, but we issue customer care skills. We're somehow losing customers. Why? Because we are not so trained in communication channels. That's what I've picked up in most businesses. So nga thaba somehow, but while you know about Rems, Botato and the likes, Lelena Buntate Mama Bolo, please play a role in as far as that. It's about the relationship, about relationship based on the awareness part, road accidents. It's a continuous and a sustained relationship that has got a positive impact to our lives, especially because I believe majority of our participate are people that are keen to get information, but looking forward to have their businesses in future. So that's that. The last thing, key issue, no, two more. Key issue, accreditation. Who do we talk to? Where do we acquire accreditation for us to roll out those services? Because in gas not in a strata, yes, you mentioned a good point, the relationships, but somehow recuperatory we know or it's so difficult. Taban knows very well, Abuti Rams knows very well that office, chief, please just help me get your connections. It's difficult for our principals for us to reach out to our principals, especially those that are politically and are able to take decisions. So
can we wrap up because of time?
Okay, all right, sorry, thanks.
All right, Mampolo, please, my leader, I know you are very opinionated. In 30 seconds, can you hit and then we move on?
No, it's fine. This time around, Chair, it's going to be quick. No, I wanted to check. Do we have any other possible funding entities except RAF? Or in this kind of programs, can you also engage? I see someone in Pretoria have got Outsurance and other insurance companies that are running those kind of programs. Can you also approach that? That's number one. Number two, are these programs presenter that is going to help us to roll out this presentation back to the community, or are we going to do it ourselves? If we're going to do it ourselves, does the workshop that we are in now going to accredit us to be able to workshop our young people down there? Thank you.
All right, Dr. Roche, can you just respond? I'll clarify a few issues afterwards.
Okay. So I think in terms of General Maja and the training and going forward, training and mentorship, I'm putting my head on the block to say, depending on the relationship between Abu Dirham's Foundation and RAF, those are some of the things that going forward, I'm assuming, I'm speaking under correction, there are some of the things that, if you need assistance in terms of, business training and mentorship, those are things that are possible that we can do, but I'm sure that there are proper channels that those things should be accessed, but it's things that are very much possible. We do train, we do a whole lot of training throughout the country. We talk to young people, we train them through this business model canvas and other business related skills that they need, pitching for funding, business planning, mentorship, where we also go to these provinces, we mentor. So yes, it's doable, but of course, because there are costs involved, somebody has to carry those costs. So we need to be able to have a proper working relationship with the sponsors or partners that we have. But the answer to that question is yes, it's very much doable. Customer care skills, it's very important that, again, we don't do a smash and grab, or we just go to our customers, give them a service, take the money and go, right? We need to be able to build relationships over a long term. And some of these relationships will not necessarily give us money now, but they might give us money next year or in 2 years' time. But let's be able to look after those relationships, communication skills, have those. So, and again, those we also look at when we do training. It's easier to raise funding if you have some form of relationships with people that you're going to raise funding from. So it's relationships. It's relationships that are cold. It's very difficult to raise funding when you don't have some form of relationship with that person. But when you have established a relationship, it becomes easier for you to be able to get funding from them. Yes, communication skills, training, customer care, that's part of the business plan training that we have. Again, it's things that are possible. We can go deeper into all these aspects. It requires more time, it requires more planning going forward. I'm sure through the Abu Dirham's Foundation, through Tato, those things will be looked at. And I'm sure that through your inputs, your motivation as well, those things can be used as part of, igniting these things that you require going forward. Accreditation for rolling out to, and I was using the Scholar platform as an example, and I'm definitely sure that you will require accreditation. Talk to your local municipality because it involves bylaws. So talk to your local municipality, talk to your traffic authorities, your local traffic authorities. Those people will be able to give you the procedure that you need to follow. If there are forms that you need to follow, if there are, IDs that you might need to provide and things like that, you might obviously need to have their approval. So yes, absolutely. And again, relationships, key partners, having identified those key partners, then you are able to visit them, you're able to say to them, we want to do this thing, and they will be able to say, okay, in order for you to be able to do this on the side of the road, you need to be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they'll be able to direct you. In instances where you don't know where to find this information, some of them will be able to direct you to who to talk to. Again, relationships will make it easier for you to be able to get help in terms of getting approval to set on the side of the road and run. And I think one of the questions that was asked in Tate Makwela earlier on, Makoshi, tribal leaders, those relationships are important. Let's have those relationships. We are part of a community, so let's engage the community as a whole. Let's not only engage the community because we need money, because that comes out as being selfish, right? Let's engage the community because we are building a relationship, and then the money will come. The money will come. All these opportunities will come when we have built that relationship with our communities, right? Mampolo, possible funders, there are plenty of possible funders. Of course, I'm not so sure of in specific areas, but I do know, for instance, you might find that there's RTC, there's REF, there's all in the road safety space. There's insurance companies, the private companies, and also there are other ways of approaching these companies. You can approach them. If it's private companies, you can approach them with a BE, for instance, a point, where you can say, through funding us, you get BE points, and there's all these opportunities that you can approach them and propose to them, and get funding. And so that's the one aspect. But I think the other aspect that we neglect quite often and quite a lot is paying customers. There are people who will say, I'm willing to give you a deposit if you can do this for me. If you are running, for instance, a learner license driver program, there are people who will be saying, I'll pay a deposit for my first lessons. And if I have 5 or 10 people who are willing to pay a deposit, I can use that money to rent out a car for the whole day, right? And I can rent out the car, and because they paid me a deposit in advance, I've got the money, I can rent out the car, I can then give them learner training. I don't need funding. I don't need somebody to fund me for that, right? We just need to start sometimes think out of the box, and there are all those opportunities where I need to, use, Maburu, they say a Purmaka plan, you make a plan, you use those scarce resources where, you pull all these things together so that you can just start. And then from there, once you have started, then you can then approach REF to say, look, I've done this thing, please bring more money. There's a whole lot of people who want to do this thing, please bring more money. So yes, there are funding institutions. They will want to see your business model canvas. They will want to see where you're going to use the money, how are you going to use the money, and all these kind of things. So have a business model canvas, but also try and see with the little that you have, what is it that you can do. And once you have done the little, then it becomes easier to secure funding once you have done the little. And then from there, you can get more funding from there. But the sky's the limit. We just obviously need to have you guys motivating, and I'm sure that Abuti Rams and Kato can take your motivation forward, and then we can do more training. I see there was a question about old ladies whom they can also be trained Yes, absolutely. They can also be trained and they can get a they
Colleagues, I'm not sure whether we lost Dr. Rosh Mamabolo there. I don't know whether it's my side or he's still here. I see that both his mic and his video have froze. Are you able to hear me, colleagues?
Yes, I can hear you. I think we lost him a bit. Yeah.
Well,
For a moment, I thought it's our data. It's been finished.
So your data will last, my leader, rest assured. Okay, but in essence, he was just wrapping up his presentation. On behalf of the team at Tsogo Road Safety, would like to thank Dr. Rosh Mamabolo for an excellent presentation. You know, the business canvas model is one of those key tools that you use to sort of lay a solid foundation for any project, any business. I just admitted him. I think he was having network issues. Dr. Rosh Mamabolo, welcome back. I was just saying that I think you are wrapping up, and thank you very much for such a extensive process that's called a. But thank you as a team because of time. And we want to thank you very much for availing yourself and really being part of the team to workshop these progressive people. Colleagues, these online things can be very body break out, just mute and just for 5 minutes. But before we do that, I'm gonna give one of the key partners to just say something. I see he wants to comment. Tato, you may comment for 30 seconds because I want to have a 5 minutes break because people's minds are now packed with serious information. They need to digest it. Tato?
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roch. Thank you so much, Tabo. Thank you so much, Tabang. Thank you so much, Maja. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think that there was one colleague who actually asked, where do we get funding? I just wanted to make it categorically clear that, guys, RAF will not just give you funding, guys. There are procedures and processes to be followed. One of the procedures that are very critical, it is going to be discussed in the next phase of the session, which is progress check workshops. It is building a very watertight proposal, clearly defined and clearly articulate straight to the point. So one of the procedures is building a proposal. We're hoping the transport sector would be here to also explain, because they are one of the big funders in road safety as well. So I just wanted to make it clear, guys, that you will not just get money from Road Excellence Fund. There are clear processes that need to be followed. You remember Tabo mentioned something that there's a committee that sits and it discusses all the proposals. So what we'll do is that on the next phase of the progress check workshops, we'll be able to explain more on how to build a proposal, what kind of things you need to look into. But there's a lot of funding in road safety. There's a lot of funding that is given in road safety. There's the likes of RTMC, Road Traffic Infringement Agency, and also big insurance companies that are doing a lot of funding in road safety. So you just need to go into the internet, search and search and search. But the most important thing is to have a very watertight proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tato, for that brief explanation. Colleagues, it's now 11:15 on the clock. We're going to take a very short body break, go to the bathroom, make a cup of coffee. At 11:20, we resume. Do not log out. Do not exit the Zoom meeting. We are watching you. Colleagues will be monitoring you throughout this whole Zoom workshop. So 5 minutes, we'll be back at 20 past 11. Okay, let's make it 21 minutes past 11. We'll resume with the next session. Thank you very much, colleagues. You can all mute your mics and then I will resume the meeting in 4 minutes time now. All right, colleagues, you can go for that break. You can go get your water, your tea, check up on your loved ones as well. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Colleagues, 1 minute left, 1 minute to go. We're preparing for our next presentation. So you can start coming back, colleagues. You can start coming back. Left, colleagues. Please coming back. 30 seconds left. 10 seconds. And colleagues in the WhatsApp group, can you tell other colleagues, I think about 4 or 5 colleagues logged off. I'm admitting them back. So please come back, colleagues, so that we don't have an issue of non-participation in the meeting. I just want to check. Colleagues, you can unmute your mics because I've not heard your voices. Maybe let's just do a quick icebreaker before the next presentation. Can everybody unmute their mics? Let's have that Zoom confusing for 2 minutes. Just unmute your mic and say your name and say name. Wait a minute. I'm gonna mute. Hold on, colleagues. You're gonna say your name, your surname, and the color of your toothbrush, and then you mute your mic. Ne? Let's go.
Anisha Pandey from the Road Traffic Management Corporation.
And what's the color of your toothbrush?
Munaronde Matayeni from EmpowerX Advisory Services. My toothbrush is green.
All right, thank you very much. Guys, I know some of us have not seen our toothbrushes in a while. Just try to remember the last color you know. Can I have other?
General Maja, Chair, I can a toothbrush because I can a man. Oh.
Understandable. The next colleague.
Hoshia Mura, toothbrush blue.
Yes, colleagues are being shy. All right, I'm gonna stop the exercise because clearly majority of us in this group don't have toothbrushes, so I don't wanna expose everyone.
Sorry to come in. I just connected, so I'm not sure what's going on, colleagues. I see the host unmuted me as well. So
no, I was just saying colleagues must just introduce themselves. We're coming from a break after two very mind-sapping presentations from the Road Accident Fund and one from Dr. Roche about the business canvas model. Colleagues, we will make all the presentations that we are doing available on the WhatsApp groups. If you're in a WhatsApp group, we will share the business canvas model, and then we will also ask maybe if the Road Accident Fund has a presentation or some info pack they'd like us to share with participants that were in the WhatsApp, in the workshop today. All right, colleagues, I'm going to mute all of you again, and we're going to proceed straight to our next presentation. We have Tabang Pala, aka somebody keeps muting me. I don't know what's happening. Tabang Pa is going to take us through a social media presentation that ties in very well with what Dr. Roche was presenting on the business canvas. As you know, colleagues, we're moving to the fourth industrial revolution. Everything is going digital, everything is going online, businesses are going online. In a normal situation, this workshop was supposed to take place in a room, and we were supposed to be seeing each other. We were supposed to be coming back from lunch or from tea, rather. But this is the new normal. Things are going online, and even your businesses must have an online presence, specifically on social media. Facebook is not just there for you to share about your life, but it's there also for you to do business, to share projects, to share programs. So this is very key after receiving such an extensive presentation on the business model, not more on the marketing and aware of things, use digital platforms such as social media. So without further ado, Mr. Tabangpala, aka Abuti Rems, is going to take over. He's going to share his screen, he's going to share the video, and he also has a presentation which is also be shared in the WhatsApp groups. So my leader, the podium is yours, rather the people are yours.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much. Good. Is it still morning? Yes, it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. I'm a very lively person. If I was in the room with you guys, I would be doing an energizer to keep us alive after consuming so much content. But thank you so much to the colleagues. Let me thank Road Accident Fund. Let me thank Oliven Development Association. Let me thank my colleagues at Abuti Rems Foundation. For the opportunity also to present. But before I could even do that, I would really want to play a little video to explain what Tsogo road safety is. And I think my presentation is not going to be that long, but I would try to play a video that explains what Tsogo road safety is all about, in case some of the people that have missed the presentation in the morning, so that we understand. So hopefully that you could see and also hear this. The Tsogo Road Safety Program is an initiative by Abu Dirham's Consultancy in collaboration with the Transport SETA and the Road Accident Fund. Tsogo is a 4-month intervention aimed at addressing the minimum road safety knowledge for the youth and also expose them to the opportunities within the transport sector.
Knowledge is power. So namhlanje sibonga le opportunity yokuthi kunolwazi esoluthola okusho ukuthi sothi masihamba kube na something lesikhuluma ngoba siyazi mabasibuza sibone nathi ukubabuza.
The first objective of the program is to increase awareness on road safety amongst the youth. The second objective is to conscientize and expose youth who are out of school to internship and graduate opportunities within the road and transport sector.
There are a number of young people who are dying on the roads. So now what we need to do as a country is to educate people about how to become safe.
We're going to be covering a whole lot of opportunities in the transport sector. But most importantly, we want to expose our youth that are in the audience here today with all the relevant business opportunities that are available in the transport sector.
We are one of the 21 sector education and training authorities in the country. So our mandate is quite clear. All we do is to provide the country with a capable, skilled workforce.
And the third objective is to capacitate SMMEs with relevant skills within the transport and the road sector to participate meaningfully within the local economic growth.
At the RAF Road Safety Division, we always have a certain amount of money. We're looking for ideas. Especially ideas that involve technology. If it is an idea that the committee that looks into this will believe that it's something that can make a difference out there, and I can promise you that that idea will expand.
Over a period of 4 months, the Tsogo Road Safety team were able to conduct capacity building workshops, followed by progress check workshops. The team further conducted an online mentorship program using WhatsApp groups, which were able to further provide support to the participants.
So I hope all the information that was shared here in regards to road safety and the transport industry, I'm hoping that it will spark an idea in your head. And once you have an idea in your head, you can come see us and we'll see how we can go forward in providing support for you.
All right, colleagues, there was a little presentation on what Tsogo Road Safety is about. As my partner Tato has informed us earlier on that we started the program in 2017, but we only implemented it in 2018, and we were able to implement it in 4 provinces. Similarly to 2020, we're also implementing it in those provinces. But my role today is going to be speaking about driving road safety education using social media or via social media. So what we have identified is that most of the people who are most of the ambassadors who are using social media, they're not taking advantage of this element to push road safety, and we wanted to make sure that these ambassadors are able to use social media to drive road safety messaging. And this is the purpose of the presentation. So as it presented, my name is Abu Dirham's, and I'm an entrepreneur, digital strategist, but I'm also the managing director of Abu Dirham's Foundation. You can find me on social media. I'm very easy to find. So the first question is, why the need for social media on road safety education? Because we are driving road safety education. But the most simplest answer it is then to say that social networks are the best platform for increasing public engagement and promoting positive behavior on the roads. So and it was predicted that in all the countries around the world that a lot of people are using social media for promotion of road safety education. And they have done that between 2018 and 2019, and there has been a massive growth in terms of sharing knowledge about road safety using social media. So by social media, by the way, I mean your Facebook, your WhatsApp. WhatsApp is also social media, guys. There's also Twitter. There's also YouTube. There is LinkedIn. There's also a whole lot of social media platforms that we could use in order for us to do that. The second question that we wanted to ask ourselves as participants of this program is how to use the social media for road safety education. Yes, it is important to do that, but number one, we need to create interactive content. What do I mean by interactive content? This interactive content, it means that it needs to have some of the infographics. So, and I'm going to show you examples of what infographics are all about. We also need to be creating, 30 to 60 seconds video clips. So it is easier for you to send a message about road safety using, videos, share some knowledge about road safety using videos. If you can do a video for 30 to 60 seconds, you don't really have to know a lot of editing skills. And I think with our smartphones that we have right now, the P whatnots and the I whatnots, we could really produce some good content with our phones, and we do a little bit of editing, put the names, put the hashtags, put some of the messaging in those videos, and then we put up that content and we push it all out to our social media platforms. And then the other way of creating interactive content, it is to create informative posters. And I'll also show you how to create those informative posters. Those informative posters will then be able to send a specific message for people to understand what road safety is about and how to actually be safe on the roads. Then the second thing that we want to answer with regards to how to create social media is, posting content regularly on social media. I know it can be very difficult for you to post on a single day, but think about this. If on a single day you are always putting up content, you are always putting up your how you are eating, how you're having lunch, how you're meeting with friends and whatever, you could also create what we call a social media schedule, right? That social media schedule, you'll be putting up, dates and times where you'll be putting up that content. Remember that creative content that we spoke about earlier on? You could now then schedule it and say, on this day, at this time, particularly, I'm going to put a video. On this day, and at this time, I'm going to put up a poster, or I'm just going to be putting up, raw content as it is in the different platforms. But must be cognizant of the different platforms and how they use the different media. So, for instance, on Instagram, Instagram, you would need to use pictures, and we would need for you to use videos. So, and then on Twitter, you can use text, you can use videos, you can also use pictures. So it is oh, somebody's starting to hear me. Okay, cool. So I hope that becomes easier for you to hear me. So I was then saying that even on Twitter, you could still use videos, you can still use what do you call these things, pictures, and also text for you to
just quickly a quick one. If you can, Rams, sorry
yes,
to interrupt, ne?
Right, cool.
If you can mute your video and just use audio, that helps a lot in terms of breakages, because it's not like your sound, it's actually the network.
All right, cool, no problem then. All
yeah,
right,
you sound much better.
Oh, beautiful. So essentially what you want to do is to put up content on these different media platforms, but be cognizant that each social media network uses the different media platforms. Like I said, on Instagram, you have to use videos and pictures. However, on Twitter, you can use both of them. And even on Facebook and other platforms, you can use multiple media that you could put up there. But then the other thing that you could do on social media is to collaborate with other road safety agencies. For instance, if you want to make sure that other road safety agencies see you, they recognize you, and they can retweet your tweets, or they can comment on your posts, and they can share your posts,
you need to be tagging them. So by collaborating, I mean that you need to be tagging them. When you write posts, you must always tag them. So if it is Raf, then you can just say Raf, and then it shows their name, and then you tag them so that the content comes out nicely for you there. So here are examples of some of the creative content that I've mentioned earlier on. The first one is infographics. So I've taken this one from the World Health Organization, and this is taken from their report in 2013. So this is what we call an infograph. And if you can see here with the infograph is that it has graphs, it has maps, it has statistics right here, it has all these nice things, and then you are able to clearly explain some of the messages that you have. Say for instance, I mean, they're showing as to how many vehicles that were on the road at the time and how many people died in that season in 2013. So essentially, this helps you to map out your your content. So you don't use a lot of content, you don't use a lot of text. You're using what you call infographics, which are more like a representation of pictures of the message that you are having. So essentially, this is what you could do with your with infographics as a creative content. The second element is those posters that I've shared, informative posters. Here's an example of some of the posters that we have created as Tsogo. We were able to share on our social media platforms. Some of them, the people were able to post them on their profile pictures. They were able to change their profile pictures. Some were putting them on their statuses on WhatsApp, and some statuses on Facebook and Instagram. And that helped a lot in spreading the message that we wanted to do. I mean, look at this example, for instance, with this one. So do not underestimate the vehicle speed. This is a message, it's an informative post. So we are messaging to somebody who will be looking at this poster. You can see that there's a girl there who's running there and then trying to cross the road, and then there's a car that is coming up there. So now you are educating a person. Remember, we're running a road, we're running road safety education using social media. So when you are putting this message and they look at it, and then becomes an emotive response, they get an emotive response. So they are able to then say, oh, okay, this is what they're trying to communicate to me. And then another example of another poster would be this one, where that it might not be sexy, right? But it is safe for you to have a reflector. We should be encouraging people to, when they are, on the roads at night, they should be wearing reflectors so that the cars may be able to see them quite well. And then this is a poster that we're able to use in order for us to communicate that message. So it is important for you to be using this type of informative content. And then the other one that I want to share is videos. And I hope that with this one, you'll be able to hear this. If you can't hear it, please let me know so that I can fix it and then I can play it again. So this is a video that was done by the Western Cape government, where they were trying to educate people on not to be using your phones while you're on the streets and whatever, or in the car while you're driving. So it's an important video which they used. I think it was about 1 minute and 30 seconds or something like that, but it was very interactive and very powerful. If you cannot hear the sound, please make a comment, and then I'll be able to reshare and play the video. All right. All right, colleagues. So I don't know if you're able to see that video. It was very short, but very inviting and also informative. The message behind this video was then to say, when you are walking or when you are driving, you shouldn't be texting. And I always have issues with people who are driving and they have their phone next to them and texting and whatnot. That is not advisable. You shouldn't be doing that. Even if you can say that I'm a very careful driver, but you shouldn't be doing such. So here's something that I wanted to look for you guys to look at, especially on this last part of the video. So they put up a message here that says, saying that, so why do you text and drive if it is hard for you to do that? You know, and then the other thing that they have done was to put up what is their hashtag here, and then also their details. So then it becomes easier for people to identify with a specific campaign that you are running. When you're on social media, you use what we call hashtags for you to make sure that people see your campaign, they know what your campaign is about, and then they're able to access that content. So in this case, they use what we call hashtag it can wait, meaning that if there's a text that is coming and then you are walking on the street, that text can wait until you are in a better space for you to answer those the text. And then let's go to the next slide. So I want us to look into the different case studies. Look into the different case studies to look into how people actually used social media to enhance that. These ones are not really on road safety. However, I want you to take advantage of these things and maybe start becoming creative about running road safety education using this campaigns. So the first one is share a Coke. The second one I wanted to look into is the fears must fall. And then there's a 1 4 not in my name. So the first one as a case study is this one. I don't know if you guys remember where Coke had this campaign where they put your name there and you were going to the shop looking for your name. So, and this campaign, started in the US in May, some years ago. And then what happened was that, got a lot of people to then go to the shops and look for their name. But what was important is that people were then taking pictures, right, of the Cokes that they have found with their names and putting them on their social media. That promoted Coke, right? The essence was to promote Coke. The essence was not really to see your name there, but the essence was to make sure that Coke gets more relevance. And I think in one of the sessions that I've done with some of the people when I'm doing facilitation is that we have identified that Coke is competing with airtime right now, because people, when they go to the shop, they have this battling question that boggles their mind all the time, that which one do I take between Coke and airtime? Because if I buy airtime, I'm going to get data and then start chatting on WhatsApp and whatever. But also if I buy Coke, then I'm not going to have data, but I'm just going to have a refreshing moment for that time, for that 30 minutes I'll be drinking that Coke. So the decision now lies with that person to then say which one goes first. Is it going to be the Coke or is it going to be the data? So is Coke really crafted this well because they were competing with people who are now buying data, as opposed to them buying Coke when they get to the shops. So it was a very powerful campaign, and then people were now splitting their budget and saying, okay, maybe let me reserve some budget for data and then another budget for small Coke, and then I'll have the best of both worlds. So that was how Coke really did it very well. I don't know if you guys can remember Fees Must Fall in 2015, right? It was a campaign that was started by university students, protesting against the increase of tuition fees in the university. So what happened was that the different SRCs in those areas put up messages and groups on Facebook and WhatsApp. They created groups, and then they got so many people to rally behind the cause. But what they did was to create a hashtag, and the hashtag was Fees Must Fall. So I'm saying to you that think about it for your your road safety campaigns. Maybe you could create a road safety campaign and have a hashtag behind that road safety campaign. For instance, maybe saying that hashtag being safe is cool, right? So you're encouraging people to become safe while they are driving, while they're walking, while they're cycling, while they're on the roads. So you could create that hashtag, being safe is cool. So essentially, this is what you would do: to create a hashtag and then create groups, gather people who are running behind the same cause as you, and eventually you will be, putting up that content on social media, on your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then you get people rallying behind that cause. And then the last one that we did, which was very powerful as well, is called the Not in My Name. If you guys remember that at some point we had issues with a lot of women, having cases of gender-based violence. I mean, they've been beaten by men and whatnot, and then and some men stood up and said, enough is enough. And then what happened? I mean, we collaborated with a couple of our friends, and then we got people support us, the media. We got other women and other men to then say, look, we want to go to the streets and make sure that we get the voice out there. Especially right now, it is Women's Month. We need to be looking into how do we protect women in our communities and stuff like that. So this is what we had done. We did a campaign, and then we did Not in My Name, and then voila, what happened was that I was able to trend at that time. I was able to trend on social media by putting up Not in My Name posters and doing that. And then a lot of media people then started recognizing it, and then they said, look, we want to be part. How can we be part? How can we broadcast it? And then the march was broadcasted live on media platforms such as ENCA, SABC, and the likes. So it is important for you guys to get recognition. It is important for you guys for you guys to get your voice out there, and people can literally hear you. What is important is for you to create campaigns on social media. What is important for you to do is to create hashtags so that people are able to reach you, and then you are able to create powerful and meaningful road safety campaigns. So what is going to happen with you as participants of Tsogo Road Safety is that we are going to be put in groups when we have those capacity building workshops. Before we could even have them, we're going to be put in groups, and then we're going to be educating and giving you some more support to make sure that you create campaigns on social media that are going to educate people about road safety. But by the way, I mean, we are talking about the new normal, which means now we need to be driving the message of road safety on social media more than anything else right now. If you could recall, I mean, in Tshwane, in the past weekend, we had 6 accidents that took more than 20 lives, guys. This is crazy. We need to make sure that we educate people about road safety. I mean, just when people entered into lockdown level 2, they started, losing themselves on the roads. So which means this message of road safety is still important, guys. You are still relevant as ambassadors of road safety. You are still important, and you still need to be part of this, experience of educating people about road safety. And there is support. You can get support from Road Accident Fund. You can get support from RTIA, from TITA. So many agencies that can really help, and also organizations and foundations. And I want you guys to also approach foundations, especially global ones. Look at the foundations from Australia, most of them, to get funding from them with regards to this issue of road fatalities, so that they can create road safety campaigns. So get those people to support you. Companies, private companies, approach them and then say, we have a social media campaign that we want to drive, and we need your support. This is the plan. And what we're going to be doing as Abu Dharam's Foundation is to support you, is to guide you, and is to train you, and is to mentor you throughout this process. And by October, we'll be having the progress check workshops to see where you are, and then you'll be implementing some of these campaigns. And hopefully you can get financial support from now, even working towards the December festive season. And I think by that time, lockdown level will be on level 1. So more cars will be on the roads. People will be going to different provinces, traveling. So there's going to be need for you guys to be working on the ground. And this is the things that you need to be doing as participants of the Tsogo Road Safety platform. So yeah, without any waste of time, my presentation is done here, guys. I've covered some of the things that I wanted to, and most of the training and most of the support will be done through the progress check workshops and also in the groups that we'll be setting up for you guys. You are Group Limpopo, and you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much, Chair. My presentation is done. If people have questions, I'll be able to take questions.
All right, thank you very much, Rams. Just 3 questions, man, for the next 3 minutes. As you know, the drill, colleagues, you raise your hand, I note you, and then you can start speaking. Is there any question in relation to the social media workshop presentation? Anybody, colleagues? Going once?
I'm very clear.
I see there's someone who unmuted their mic. Andrea? Okay, maybe not. All right, colleagues. We were supposed to be taking a break, but because of time constraints, we're going to move straight on to our panel discussion. I believe our panelists are ready. We have, I see, Lizzie Mapiti. I see her on the list. I don't see Paulina Maja. If she's there, can she just indicate? Our panelists, are we there? How's Lizzie Mapiti? Are you here? Are you hearing us? Is everything well connection-wise? How's Paulina? Colleagues, can somebody maybe get a hold of our panelists from the Department of Transport, Limpopo, how's Lizzie Mapiti? And from the Capricorn Municipality, Paulina Maja. Can somebody just try to get a hold of them, or people that are going to speak on their behalf, so that we move on with the program?
Lizzie Mapiti, I'm here.
Oh, welcome out, Lizzie Mapiti from the Provincial Department of Limpopo. Yeah, transport. Thank you very much. Just hold on. We're just trying to get a hold of our other colleague. Colleagues from the Tsogo Road Safety Team, can you please assist me in that regard? Just a quick one, Lizzie. Do you have a presentation that you want to share, or you want to shoot from the hip?
I think I'm just going to shoot.
Okay, while we are trying to get a hold of Aus Paulina, colleagues, let us just welcome to the floor. This is our panel discussion. I'll be facilitating it. Let us welcome Aus Lizzie Mapiti from the Department of Transport in Road Safety Unit. She's going to take us through what they are about, what do they do in relation with road safety, and how do they work with young people in the community, and also people who are doing road safety programs in general. Lizzie Mapiti, the platform is yours. Feel free to switch on your video, to smile, to take us through what your department is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tabang. I'm from the Department of Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo, running road safety. I don't have a formal presentation, but I'm just going to go through the activities that we are doing in road safety and looking at the partners that we are having, like the RAF, the Abute Rams Foundation, we worked with them, the Twitter, we worked with them. So those are the people that we used to partner with in promoting road safety. More especially, I used to work with youth in the province. We had a lot of partners that came on board to say they want to capacitate our youth. And as a department, we welcome those ideas very much so. To say that our youth, we don't want to see our youth roaming the streets, being involved in accidents, but we want to see them being our partners in preventing these crashes. Because I understand that a lot of speakers have spoken that we are going to reduce the carnage, but we need partners. We as a department alone, we can't do it alone. And it goes back to say it's everybody's responsibility. That's why we always preach road safety is everybody's responsibility. So what I'm going to say is that as youth, we see the statistics that most of our youth are involved in road accidents. And those are our upcoming business people, our upcoming ambassadors, our upcoming premiers. So we don't want to lose them at their early ages. So that is why when Tsogo for road safety, we are very happy to partner with people like you. And they came on board to say they want to assist our youth to start their own businesses. I want to say this, I've got these 3 words or these 3 letters, CPR. We know when you practice CPR, that is when you resuscitate somebody to live. That is what our partners are doing. In fact, when you living on this earth, and if you are part of South Africa, you need to take charge of your life, take charge of using the road. And the P stands for priority. Make road safety your priority. Once you make road safety your priority, wherever you are, whatever you do, you know that you must always be safe on the road. I heard someone talking about involving our communities. They say charity begins at home. So when you are in your own community as youth, you are able or you can easily connect with the people that you are living with around you to make sure that your routes are safe. Before you can even think of going outside your community or outside your municipality or outside your district or outside your province. But you must first make sure that your area or your community or your place of stay is very safe. And as far as safety, roads are concerned. And again, the last one, they are, which is a responsibility. Everybody is responsible for his own life. And even safety, it goes back to say, you must take responsibility of what you take charge, you prioritize road safety, and you take responsibility. One of our presenters talked about, not our presenters, but one of our members talked about Drive Me Home campaign. We can, or as partners in road safety, we can collaborate or we can put as many systems as possible in place to make sure that we drink and we arrive home safe. But it's up to an individual to take responsibility. You go with a car to a tavern or to a pub, you drink there, somebody must take you back home. Where is your car? So, but if we can drink responsibly, get a designated driver to take you back home, it's a very safe situation. So what I'm going to say is that while we are busy funding or putting money into road accident fund in order to pay for the people that are involved in accidents, that's, somebody said, this is a huge amount that we need to build businesses to promote our lives in the communities. But this 40 billion that Thabo has spoken about could be put into use to make sure that road accident fund does not even exist if we take responsibility. Actually, as a department, we are supporting road accident fund, but we don't need it because we don't want to see people getting involved in accidents and dying on our roads. I'm just going to reiterate on whatever everybody has said to put pressure to the people that are taking responsibility. People talked about the humps that are being built on our roads. Yes, Thabo explained that the engineers are the ones that are designing those humps. But the main purpose of the speed humps is not to cause accidents. The main purpose is to reduce speed in order to reduce accidents. But because of lack of responsibility and accountability and not making road safety your priority, you end up speeding over a speed hump that will end up killing you. So in other words, we are saying we're putting up systems, we're putting up measures, we're trying to educate people, but people, because of lack of responsibility, don't adhere to that. And again, our youth in communities, they've got different youth structures. I'm happy to say some of our partners are funding these youth or our NGOs, our NPOs, to make sure that they come up with solutions. Like I initially said, that as a department, we can't do it alone. So the solutions that we are bringing on board to make sure that our roads stay safe, it's very important. But once you are funded, or even before you are funded, you must come up with a better model that is not even being practiced, or that is being practiced, but you upskill the whatever is being done to make sure that our roads always stay. We need innovative ideas as a department to support your initiatives. And Abuti Rams, when they come up with their programs to say, we want to fund the NPOs, RAF, funding the youth, they want tangible activities that will have been not known or not been practiced in order to make sure that our roads are safe. We must not be afraid to put pen on paper or put our ideas together. And I'm happy that all the stakeholders are here. Those who can assist you in building your business plans, those who can give you training, those who can even fund you. Together, we can do more. And together, yourselves as young people and the stakeholders, together with the department, we can make our province a safer place to be, and we can make South Africa proud. So lastly, I'm not going to dwell much on the education part, because somebody talked about the schools, that we are educating people in schools, but it's time that we shift the focus and we go to the young people or to the communities. They say charity begins at home. We are going to schools to grow up with that thing in mind, to say, when you teach a child to say mama, she will continue saying mama until further notice. But now, if we tell you that road safety is your own responsibility, you will live with that until further notice. So when you grow up and you go to school, you pass your school, you go to tertiary, you pass, then you go back home, you go back to your community. That is when you should start implementing. Wherever you need ideas, our doors are open to come and say, I need ideas. And the other thing that I want to tell our youth is that when you attend sessions like this, or meetings like this, or workshops, please, let's make sure that we exchange contacts so that you may pull up.
Oh, sorry, she's
Is
back.
my time
Sorry,
up?
No, you are cutting a bit. I think your network was disturbed. Can you just maybe track back 15 seconds and then go forward again?
Okay. Thank you very much, Tawang. I was saying that when the young people, I'm happy that all our partners are here. Those who can fund them, those who can help them draw the business plans, those who can train them, those who we can make you grow as young people. Even as a department, the advisors are there. The funds are with our entities, the funds are available in our different agencies. But what can happen is, when you go back and draft your business plan, please make sure that you develop your business plan that is going to enhance road safety. So going forward, we are going to see a lot of young people participating in road safety. You know, in South Africa, road carnages are like we are in Iraq, where people are killing each other, dying, killing 40 million people or 40 people, 40,000 people a day and fight in the road. That is where we go with our different cars, race, drink, drive, drink, walk, and that is where the fight comes from. And then we end up saying people are dying, but it's our own responsibility. You take charge, you CPR your life. So my advice to the young people is that when you attend meetings of this nature, please ensure that you get all the information that you need. Get contacts. Our other presenter talked about making relationships, sustaining the relationships, so that when you wake up, you have got a dream, you have got a vision that you want to accomplish. You don't have to be found looking or hunting or guessing or searching. You know, you go to your file or you go to your diary. You know, I will touch Mapiti, I'll touch Tabang, I'll touch Tabo, I'll touch Abutarams, I'll touch so and so. And you get information, you get ideas. If it means coming together as a team to assist each other, to make sure that you implement whatever whatever you want to implement or for the sake of the public, then it's acceptable. So when we go out of here, let's make sure that we have gathered a lot of information that will assist us. We shouldn't sit back and say, RAF will come and give me money to start my own business if you haven't stood up and did something. But while you're walking around and searching for information, you will end up getting information and getting assistance. And at the end of the day, you'll be like Rams. I met them, I think it's in 2018, if not mistaken, where we were running the very same workshop. And I was happy to hear that some of our youth that have been part of that have developed some of the things. Some have communicated with him to assist them in business ideas and all those things. And again, we had the road safety ambassadors that were also trained by the Yanda Foundation or the Yanda Holdings, where they were doing point duty on the road. That is why I'm saying, whatever proposal that you're making, let it be very unique. Let it be something that will be sustainable. Let it be something that will change the lives of people. Let it be very beneficial. Look at your target market. Look at your consumers. Are they going to benefit from whatever you're thinking? Will your dream bring change in the country? Will your idea help South Africa? I think I've touched a lot of things that maybe some of the things they have already talked about. Because somebody talked about the leaders in the communities. Those people, most of them are old people. They need us as young people to advise, like Thabo has done in Mokopane or wherever. But it needs us as young people to stand up and say, this is what we want for our community. If each community can do one, the other community does two, the other three, then when we combine together, we walk and go to the entities, we go to the department, we go to government and say, this is our proposal as maybe community so and so. We want to address this road carnages. We want to improve the lives of these people. Then you will be given an ear to listen to. And please, young people, doors may look closed, but not all doors are locked. If you knock the first door, it doesn't open, don't give up. Go to the next door. Maybe it's closed, but it's not locked. You find that you can open the door and get assistance and get help. We are here for you. We are here to build South Africa. I thank you. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are, Ma. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Tabang.
We have lost Tabang.
I think we have lost Tabang, but I'll take over quickly. We have a question here from Aus Lebo. Is it Aus Lebo? I think so. I'm going to take a question from you. Lower your hand. You are unmute. Aus Lebo.
I think maybe House Level is also having network difficulties. Some of us. So,
okay, I unmuted.
Hello?
She registered.
There we
Yes.
go. There we go.
Continue, Level.
Can I continue?
Okay.
Yes, sir. The man, yes.
Awutiram sedenta as a me.
Sorry.
I think we must appreciate the good work that is doing Kebo Mama Pete, because of road safety is everyone's responsibility, and I'm glad, and I'm also want to acknowledge that Mama Pete, they did a very, very wonderful job, because of I got the information of road safety through one of the ambassadors by the name of Tsogo. I think I'm quite sure that they did good job, especially in their villages. Even now, we're saying, let's keep, let's raise the bar and make sure that we decrease the road crashes in our road, especially in the district roads.
I think, sorry about that, member. Lebo, is it possible that you can
I'm
type
quite sure
your
that the
comment?
D19 now is a problem. The D19, Mama Peter, I'm speaking about the road from Tiba and towards Womamekan. You know very well or on.
Yo, Lebo, just hold on for a second.
Every
Lebo?
young one of our school is a problem. We all mola school mola cross. So we are pleading with the government that please make sure that the speed humps there in the zebra crossing there. Hello?
Yeah, I was saying you are breaking very badly. Can you please text on the chat some of the comments and are making very easy so that they are kept recorded? Ne? We are not pressing you, my leader. It's just no one can hear what you are saying clearly. Can you write it down? It to the group admin to forward to me. Now, I captured me. Member PT, just one more thing. Maybe some of the young colleagues in here might not necessarily have information on how to reach your office. Maybe if you can provide us with contact information like a cell phone number that they can call, or a website that they can visit, or an email address they can send emails to, so that they're able to engage further with your office and get assistance that they might desperately need. I see Mam Polo has also raised a hand. I'm just going to give Melizzi maybe that's 2 minutes to just give us contact information that she can have with the young people that they can contact her office, and any other information that they can use going forward. Ma'am Apiti, can you just take us through that while I wait for other questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Tavang. My contact number is a work number, which is 060. Those who have got something to write on, 060-980-6285. You can contact me on that number, or you can WhatsApp me. And my email address is mapitm, it's like MAPITIM at dtcs.limpopo.gov.za. I repeat, mapitm at dtcs.limpopo.gov.za. Those are my contact details. Or if you've got a number, is 015-295-1206. But it's unfortunate, this one is very rare that you'll find me in the office, but the cell number does well.
Thank you very much, Mema Piti. I see there's 2 more questions. Colleagues, please, Mam Polo, you've spoken a lot of times, so I'm going to suppress you for now. I'm going to give Komoto Komape just come through and speak, and then I'll go back to Mam Polo because he's been speaking.
Thank you, my leader. Leadership.
Yes, you can go through.
No, I want to acknowledge the good work Mama Pete and other partners. some of us, we are one of the youth ambassadors that has been trained by the department in partnership we are with other stakeholders, and I'm saying we are still giving our communities the road safety education, and we want to say to the department that let's raise the bar as we decrease the road crashes in our roads. As you know that our Capricorn district is high on our in terms of road crashes because of all the national roads and the district roads and the provincial roads. They just pass by our roads. We have N11, we have N1, the national road to Zimbabwe that is connected to Vembe district. We have R37 going to Begasfort. We have even N11 going to Mpumalanga. So we are saying let's be visible in all times as we preach the issue of road safety, because of road safety is everyone's responsible. I'm saying Mama Pete, whatever. Everything is par excellent. We will continue to support your office. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my leader. I think that was a comment. Mema Pete is not. There was no question there, and we have noted it in regards to those roads that are intersections that are going towards Zim and other provinces. Thank you very much, Komoto. Mampolo, please, my leader. I know you very well. You've got 30 seconds to get whatever question or comment across because of time. I'm not suppressing you, but you've been speaking a lot.
No. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I come a lot, but I thought this is a workshop where we can discuss everything that comes in our minds, and it definitely help others, those who can't raise their voice. Number one, Chair, if you can hear me, I wanted to understand in terms of Department of Transport in Limpopo, because I'm from Skukun. I'm very worried about the service from the Department of Transport in Limpopo in that specific district.
So you wanted clarity in terms of?
Number one,
Mampolo?
I wanted to check yes, sir?
Yes, just state the things that you want clarity on quickly.
No, I wanted to check whether, because we're looking expect, especially road traffic experts in the district. We want the traffic experts that are our brothers, our sisters, our cousins. Why are we lacking that? Because of every time when they appoint traffic officers in Skukune, they appoint people that are from outside. So they need to fix that one so that over the weekends we can chat with all those traffic experts while we are sitting at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my leader. And I'm not sure, Mema Piti, do you have an answer for those concerns?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
Okay. No, Mampolo, I didn't get his answer correctly when he says he doesn't get the services, because my understanding is that from road safety perspective, the services that we are ordering as road safety or as the Department of Transport are the services to improve lives, not to maybe chat during weekends or whatever. I don't deny the fact that they can chat during weekends, but the issue of traffic experts, I don't understand, because we have got a lot of traffic officers in the Sekhukhune district where Mampolo is coming from. We have got different traffic stations. We have got people coming from Sekhukhune. Those are the traffic experts. I don't know whether he's talking about road safety experts or traffic or law enforcement experts, because we have got them. We have got people in all the municipalities in the Sekhukhune district. Ephraim Mogali, we have got traffic, we have got road safety. Elias Mutwaledi, we have got traffic, we have got road safety. Tubatsi Fetahom, we have got traffic, we have got road safety. Fetahom, we also have them. So I don't understand why he's saying they are appointing people from outside. A lot of traffic officers are being from Sekhukhune district. So maybe I didn't get his answer correctly, but when he talks about services, he must be specific. Which services is he talking about? Because I've just explained that whenever you need to make a mark in your own community, you must interact, you must make relationship with these people. It doesn't mean because Thabang is from Mokopane, I'm staying in Muleji, we can't talk, we can't work for our own community. As much as that person is staying in that community, is working in that community, that person belongs there. The person belongs to the place that he's living in. So it's not a problem for Mampolo to make interaction or relationship with the traffic officers and the road safety officers in the Sekhukhune district or in the Elias Mtswaledi or Ephraim Mahal, where he's coming from. So thank you.
It's understood, Mama Piti. I think maybe we've posted your contact information in the chat group, and then if he wants further clarity on getting a hold of some of the guys that work for the department, we will link him up so that we can eliminate his fears. But I'd like to thank you for your brief presentation, for shooting from the hip. It shows that you are indeed an expert in the area. And we thank you for the work you are doing with the department in the communities. I see there's a hand from Chabeleng. Being Chabeleng, can you quickly, what is your comment or question?
Thank you very much, Chairperson or facilitator of the session. Yes, my name is Brightlin Chabeleng. I'm the youth officer of the Capricorn District Municipality. First and foremost, I want to applaud our organizers for having organized such a very interesting and empowering session. And secondly, also furthermore to acknowledge and appreciate the good services and support that the office of Miss Mapiti is rendering in our district. Indeed, we've really benefited a lot from the good services that they continue to render to us. So, but then number one, I just want me to make one submission in relation to capacity building, or maybe just to say in issues of skills transfer and so forth. Checking into the issue of bringing on board the sitters, because in other areas, in particular in routing, I've seen the department doing a fair share in terms of training young people on issues of giving access for the issue of the driver's licenses and so forth. Because in my analysis, you might even find the majority of participants who are from Limpopo in this group do not even have driver's licenses, but who are there advocating for road safety and whatnot. But majority of them are able to drive, but do not have driver's licenses. So I want to check with the officer, Mama Pitori, what is it that maybe through their office they can do to assist, not basically looking into rolling out into communities, but firstly looking into the leaders who are part of these advocacy programs that we push, or how can we empower them to make sure they get quality driver's licenses, because majority of them are drivers. So in essence, they're illegal. So how do we make sure we regularize them and make sure we assist on giving them an opportunity to get driver's license? Because it's expensive to get such, and also taking into consideration we get so many illegal driving schools or who issue fraudulent driver's licenses. So we don't want to enter into that space. But first and foremost, let's check on the issue of how can we bring sitters or even an office, how can they assist on at least capturing 100 as a point of departure in the province, taking them to those driving schools and making sure at the end we achieve a system or we are into the system of getting the driver's licenses for them. So just remember, how can they come on board? Thank you.
All right. Mama Piti, I think that one is very clear.
Yeah, thank you, Thabang. I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we also assist our entities to capacitate our youth. we have started. It's just that it's just a drop in the ocean looking at the unemployment rate of our youth. They are our kids. They are our young people that we have assisted in so many ways. There are a lot. In Limpopo province, we have trained, I think by Yanda Holdings, that was funded by TITA, 200 young people. We have given them the learner licenses. We have trained them in point duty. We have given them first aid. We also appointed them on the EPWP program for a certain period. And then again, we trained the other youth group through the partner, which is Michelin Yaditair. Then we trained, I think, 50 of them, where we gave them learner licenses. We start with the person that doesn't have anything. It's just that there are requirements to enter into that, because if you can't read and write, that's another thing. But we are trying to make sure that the young people that took their time to go to school are capacitated and they have become.
Mema Piti, just unmute your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, you are speaking about capacitating.
Okay, Michelin also capacitated 50 young people where they were given learner licenses, driver's licenses, advanced driving. Those that can even drive the heavy motor vehicles. So those are some of the partners. Even RTMC, we went further down to go to schools, the grade 11s and grade 12s. We took them on board to train them. We given them learner licenses and driver's licenses. Unfortunately, some failed along the way. But what Brightly is talking about is the issue of capacitating from the department's perspective in such a way that they are not being maybe taken on a ride by the driving schools, but we don't say they will take them for a ride. It's high time that we want to regularize as a department, regularize the driving schools. We'll be the one that will be taking, like we have given the Yanda Holdings and the Michelin and the RTMC young people to train. We'll also go to driving schools. We're still in the pipeline of doing that to make sure that it doesn't mean everybody in our country or everybody in our province should be a driver, but we are making sure that most of our young people know how to drive, so that when they're looking for employment, they are capacitated. When they buy their own cars, they are good in driving. So in order, our main purpose and our main aim is to reduce the road carnage. And we don't say Brightly, after buying these cars, after we've given you licenses, go and spin on the road. We don't do that, because it's very disappointing to find that we give you a license as a department, and at the end of the day, we are the ones who should reprimand you to drive correctly on the road. You are the one should serve as an ambassador. Actually, we should be marking that license that we got it through us, so that you become our ambassador, you become attached to us and advocate road safety. But you are doing that as a department, you are doing that. Most of our grade 12s, it's just that we started piloting it in schools. But most of our grade 12s, they've got learner licenses. Those who couldn't pass after we have given them 2 chances, they will have to take themselves further to attain the driver's license. But we'll give you 2 chances. Give you the first one, you fail, give you the second one, you fail, then it's up to you. But if we give you 2 chances, make sure that you do it perfectly. We'll hire trucks for them. We hire trucks for them, they train, they go through. The driving schools will do that, or the entity will do that.
Thank you, Mema Piti, for outlining the work you do as a department. And I think colleagues, Mema Piti's contact details, email address, and personal number for WhatsApp are on the chat. So if you feel like there's an opportunity in the things she has stated, please be in touch with her. She's very user-friendly. As you can see, she's willing to work with entities and young people. I see there is our colleague from RTMC, Anisha. Anisha, maybe if you can also come in to just assist us with the type of work you are doing, especially in the Limpopo province. You know, I know I'm putting you on the spotlight, but I just wanted us to have a diversity of voices in this panel discussion. So, Anisha, maybe if you can come through and just tell us maybe some of the work that you are doing in the province of Limpopo, so that young people can also know what RTMC can do for them, or how RTMC can work together with them to advance this mission of road safety in the country. Anisha, are you there? Okay, while we are waiting for Anisha, I see there's two issues that are rising.
Yeah,
Hello?
Thabang, I wanted to comment on something.
Just wait for okay, comment on something. I see Anisha says she can't get through. Let me try and unmute her. You can go, Tato.
Okay, I just wanted to, because the colleague who was asking questions there, made mention of the license training and the learner's license training. I think this is where Tabo can also come in as well to comment on that, because like Tabo, when he was presenting earlier on, he spoke about their programs in the learner driver's license and in the driver's license program. I think maybe he can give clarity in terms of what is the procedure, what are the processes, and how these guys can be able to take advantage of that opportunity. I just wanted to just comment on that even Tabo could also be able to add some meat on that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right, let's just maybe before Tabo comes back in, Anisha, are you able to unmute and say a few things from RTMC's point of view?
Good evening, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Would also like to see you. That's it. You see, there you are. Yes, Anisha, you can go through.
You know, it's a pleasure to be part of this. I think Sis Mapiti did an excellent job in terms of encapsulating exactly what the province does and what national does, and part of what the entities do as well. But I just wanted to say, I think maybe I missed out something, but I wish I had the opportunity to present the data to you guys. It's almost like over 50% of youth that are involved in terms of our national totality in terms of data, almost 50% of the youth are involved in crashes. So what you guys are doing is a wonderful initiative, right? And we will basically at RTMC, Mapiti explained to you in terms of youth is one of our fundamental key delivery points at the RTMC. Are you all with me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know. It's one of our fundamental deliveries at the RTMC. It's one of our KPIs, and we're dependent on the provinces to even come up with initiatives in terms of reaching our youth. And the learner license program was part of that, because we believe that an empowered youth will, in terms of learner license, they will be able to get employment opportunities, like Sis PT had indicated. So we're very hands-on in terms of efforts that we want to do for youth, and we need the support of all stakeholders that want to come on board and support us, because the youth is fundamentally one of the most important nationally in South Africa and internationally. It's an age group that is most affected by crashes, and we want to undertake many initiatives. So the learner license program, the defensive driving program, all the driver education program that Limpopo are doing, I must say to you guys, well done, and continue with the good work. We also need support from all of the stakeholders if possible as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Anisha. Maybe before Tabo comes to us, maybe have a co-host, you can quickly share that with us so that the young people get an understanding of the sort of numbers we are talking about. But I'll just give you 5 minutes try quickly if you step in the step 5 minutes. But at first, that request can be come through as well, and also answer questions raised in terms of the fund. Yes, Tabo, you can go through. Tabo, you can have to unmute your mic. I see your video's on, but your mic is not. Okay, now it is.
I think it's on mute now. Okay, afternoon, colleagues. Maybe just a quick comment, especially on the issue, the driver's licenses. And thanks very much to my colleagues, Ismapit and Anisha, for the inputs. And really, it is road safety. It is responsibility of everyone. We cannot sit and wait for the Department of Transport in the province to come up with programs where there is a need. There is a need for NGOs to come in, or where there is a plan, or how do I put this? Where it is possible for us to come in and assist the Department of Transport, NGOs, please let's do so and assist. Our contributions are really contributing to the reduction or prevention of fatalities within the province. Issue of driver's licenses, if funding wasn't an issue, I'm sure we would roll out a massive campaign or program to assist our youth all over the province in terms of acquiring a driver's license. I know RTMC is doing it. I know RTMC is doing it in terms of the learner's licenses. We were doing it, however, on a smaller scale. We're taking 960 candidates every single year, and we divide that amongst provinces. So what we normally do is that every single year we rotate the location at which we select candidates. Last year in Limpopo, I think we focused in Mokopane. Year before last, we were in Seshego and Molechi, together with Tita. Tita had funded a program for driver's license as well. And as I mentioned, this year we're focusing on. I'm focusing on Blowback municipality. So every year we will rotate. So colleagues, please be patient. If funding does allow, we will try and we will try and add more numbers. So, but for now, what I can promise Tawang is that allow me to go back to the office as soon as we return. Look at how many candidates do we have. What normally happens is that we at times we get dropouts. People drop out because of they're either employed. Some drop out because of they're pregnant and they don't want to be seen. So when they drop out, we replace them. The only challenge with that is that it becomes too costly for us to travel to 10 different places to attend or it becomes too costly for us to travel. Maybe let's say I have to travel to Hoskukune just to go and see one person, then the following travel to Vembe, the following day travel to Zeras, the following day travel to, it becomes a bit costly. Hence we prefer dealing with one municipality at a time, dealing with 40 candidates, the following year go to another municipality. But yeah, maybe from this group, what we can do, I'll get the details. I think we've got a list. Tabang has shared a list of, they've shared a list with us, a list of people that will be attending. But from today, I think maybe if there is a way in which we're taking the attendance register, we'll keep this list of today's attendees. And if a space arises, we'll try and see if we can not put you into the program and help you get a driver's license. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabo, for that commitment. I think that is very progressive, and young people were asking for such an assistance. I know I asked Anisha to maybe prepare a short presentation with the numbers for 5 minutes so that we get an idea of the stats that are happening in our country. Anisha, I don't know if you are able to share on your side and you are ready for that, or if you can't share the presentation, you can then maybe shoot from the hip and then just run through the numbers for us quickly.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see. We can see it's there.
And you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear. You can take us through them, Anisha, quickly.
Okay. In terms of this is from 2010 to 2019, right? The fatal crashes and fatalities that have occurred in 2019, which is most recent, is we've lost 12,228 lives on the road with over 10,000 crashes, right? And from there, if you look at the 39% of those crashes were pedestrians, 32 were passengers, and 28% of the total that I gave to you were drivers. In addition to that, if you actually break it down per user group, the blue is drivers, the orange almost is passengers, and the gray is pedestrians, right? So can you see those figures there? Basically, the most number of road users affected is pedestrians, and then passengers, and then drivers. And I'll just show it to you in terms of passengers. Can you see how the youth are affected here again as passengers?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Can you see? And then again as pedestrians, it is a youth again. Basically, our future leaders are being lost on our roads. And again, as drivers, look here again. Can you see that? And then quickly, in terms of the contributing factors, the human factor, the factor that most affects our behavioral aspect of it is that jaywalking is a problem, hit and run is a problem, and speed is too high because, you know, youth are known to be unpredictable and have an affiliation to have risky behavior. So that in a nutshell is basically the information, and I hope it was helpful.
All right. Thank you very much, Anisha, for sharing this. And one important reason why I wanted you to share such stats, you know, and such data is that the young people in this workshop can then understand how to frame their projects, how to structure their projects in terms of where intervention is needed. You know, I see here human factors are jaywalking and speeding, you know, and you can see basically from the data that it is the young people that are mostly affected, and it is the young people that are supposed to come up with interventions to curb these dangerous behaviors. And I'd like to maybe also share with the team the presentation so that young people can sort of tailor make their proposals that they're gonna do to whether it's RAF or TITA or whichever government agencies, to try and assist them in terms of coming up with whether it's interventions that will help curb the road accidents, or whether it's programs that will do an awareness. And with that said, really, I'd like us to really wrap up this session. It's been a very empowering, informative, and powerful session. Let's go do our homework, check all the stats, and come up with interventions. You know, ask for information from the contacts that were given. And we are now moving on to the last item. Just bear with us. I know it's been a very long day. These online things can be very texting. Thabang Phala is going to come back through and give our participants some sort of a homework and a roadmap towards our second session that will tie nicely with the last presentation in terms of having a solid way forward. I'm going to hand over to him, and he's going to just
Thabang.
All right, Thabang.
do that for the next 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come back and close the session.
All right.
Yes, let's hold on, Mr. Pal. I hear someone talking.
Hi, can I interject a bit, Thabang?
Yes, Mama Piti, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you,
can go ahead,
Thabang.
Mama Piti.
Okay, before you close, I just want to stress something very important to our young people. That please, I said they must not be afraid to put pen on paper. We are here available to assist them. Please let them visit all the company or most of the companies with their business plans. Those people, they have got funds. They are ready to fund. We have tried to go to them to fund the youth, but they wanted the youth themselves to come to them. Like they can go to national lottery. They've got Sanlam, the Metropolitan, the RAF, the CBRTA, the RTIA, all those companies, even private companies, everywhere where they're dealing with transport. Please go and knock on their doors. They are waiting for you. They need your tangible business plans. Please, please. We want to see you working, guys. Thank you, Thabang.
Thank you, Mama Piti, and thank you for encouraging young people. I can't say it better than Mama Piti. There is so many possibilities out there. There's so many funders. There's so many people who are willing to work with you, and this is why Thabang Phala is gonna come in and sort of give you a homework on what's next. What's the next step after receiving all this presentation and information, and then we're just quickly gonna wrap it up. Thabang, over to you.
Thabang, okay. Can I just comment on something? 2 minutes, just 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. You are the last person to interject. I'm gonna start suppressing people.
Okay, apologies for that. I just wanted to say that, you know, like Mama Pete was saying, guys, in the next session that Rem's gonna speak about, that is gonna be the most important session, the session of us helping to build proposals, or a session of us helping to mold the business model, your business models. So I just wanted the guys to really take notes, because one person once said to me that when you go to a session, always go with a pen and paper so you can take notes of whatever it's been discussed there, so you don't forget, because you're all human. So I just want you guys, please take note of what Rem is gonna be discussing now, because it's gonna help you with your particular projects. And like Mema Pete was saying, there's a lot of funding. Funding is there. You just need to put the pen on paper. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Rems, over to you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, it has been a very exciting day, time to spend with you guys, also learning from other colleagues. Thank you very much. I'm here to just deliver some of the things that we need to be doing moving forward, because this does not end here. We are not a one-hit wonder. Also, let's also clarify that, because there was a question about accreditation, which it was not really fully answered. With this program, you don't get accreditation with this one that we are running. It is, you will, however, get a participation certificate. You will get a certificate to show that you participated in this program. However, it is not an accredited certificate where you can take it somewhere and get a job. However, with the knowledge that we have shared today, I believe that you're going to maximize and really become more successful in your endeavors. Okay, the first thing that I want you guys to note, is that in the home task that you're going to be doing, is that we're going to be looking into the business model canvas. So with the business model canvas, the most important thing about it is how to apply the business model canvas into your projects. Some of you are running Scholar Patrol projects. Some of you are doing, I don't know what you call this one, so it's a most strategy, you have different initiatives that you're doing in road safety. So the business model canvas is going to help you in doing so. So we are going to look into the application of business model canvas into our projects. That is the first thing that we're going to be doing. And the second thing that we'll be looking into is developing proposals for our road safety proposals, right? For our road safety projects. Yeah. So the first thing, remember, application of the business model canvas into our projects. Number two, developing proposals for our road safety projects. And then the third element is going to look, and that is the last element, is going to be looking into the application of social media, on road safety education. So we're going to do those three things. So we're going to apply the last one. We're going to apply social media into our road safety education. We've been driving road safety education on the ground, but how can we now maximize on the big numbers that we have, the millions of people who are using social media in South Africa? How can we educate them about road safety? Because that is where they mostly spend their time. An average person spends about 40 minutes of their time on Facebook alone, you know, in South Africa. So imagine what we could use. Maybe we could take 5 minutes of that 40 minutes and just educate them about the road safety. So come up with creative, innovative things. And then we're going to be including mentors into your groups. So one thing that we have to also understand is that we're going to get about 25 participants from your group. Out of the 70 that have participated today, we're going to get 25 people whom are going to, you know, be the potential young people who will be mentoring and supporting. And then these young people will then get the support so that they can be able to produce the social media strategies. They can be able to produce their proposals. They can produce the business models that they can be ready to get funding from RTMC, RAF, TITA, and the likes, and many other organizations that can assist. So, colleagues, thank you so much for your time and your patience. Those are the three things that I wanted to mention. Komodo, your coordinator, is the one who's going to be sharing the information with you, and then also our facilitator, Noctula, will be assisting you guys throughout all those different groups, and then we'll be assigning the mentors to support you in this 4 months journey that we are starting today. And in October, take note of this one. In October, we'll be meeting for the second round, which is the progress check workshops. And then further communication will be done through your coordinators in your province, and we'll be able to assist you. And thank you so much. If you have anything that you wanted to share, wanted to ask, you are welcome to use the groups that you have been assigned into, and then we'll be able to assist. If you want Abu Dhabi one day to come and do mentorship support, you can do that. One last thing that I've done was to do a poll. The first poll that I've sent to you guys was about road accident fund, and I wanted you guys to actually participate into that poll. It is very important for you guys to really participate. I would really like to get feedback from that. If you want to participate, you just click on it where it says view poll, and then you make your selection, and it's just to hear if you guys are able to understand what the presentation was about RAF. And then from there, I'm going to end this poll, and I'm going to publish another poll about the business model canvas. If you could just click on it quickly, there's a poll that just came into your screen right now. And then, yes, I see people are, putting in their, yes, that's good. Yeah, that's good. You guys are good at technology.
Just to come in, can you make our partners, can you remove their co-host data so they can also participate in the poll and see how it works? Because currently they cannot.
All right, cool. And then this one as well. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So that is the second poll that I've shared with you guys. Please click on the view poll, and then you are able to make this is going to help us in crafting our program to make sure the program becomes more effective to you guys. We know, there are so many programs that have been there, that have not been helpful to you guys, but we want to make sure this one becomes effective, and it becomes an essential tool for you guys to do things easier. Just a few seconds until we wrap up with this one poll, and then I'm gonna launch the last poll, and then my part will be done for the day. Just few seconds. I see people are coming through. There's people who are then saying they are ready to use the business model canvas, which is very cool. Some, they still need understanding on the business model canvas, which is good. Then we are able to provide more support. And I think maybe Roche will be able to assist us moving forward as well with that. I see 69% of people are saying that they they are ready to use the business model canvas, which is very good. So thank you so much, guys. Out of the 23 of us 16, can we get maybe two more? Come on, guys. If you see the poll on your screen, please click on it, and then you'll be able to do. You'll be able to make a selection right there. All right, cool. So I'm going to end this poll and then continue with the other one. I'm going to open this other one, the last one. The last one is about social media. You know, in understanding how to use social media for your road safety education. This is the last poll. It's a very simple thing. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. The numbers are going up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love the interaction. All right, I see a lot of people are saying that they know how to use social media to do campaigns, and I think then my job is going to be less. Thank you very much for lessening my load. So I see some people are still coming through, they're putting in their selections. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, what we'll then do is going to be sharing all the information. If we have more information about job opportunities, and also what we have graduate opportunities and entrepreneurship opportunities, we'll be sharing those with your coordinators so they can put them up on your groups. I know that the different municipalities might have opportunities for transport and logistics. We also encourage that you go to your local municipalities and inquire, especially if you are an entrepreneur who is eager to take advantage of the transport and logistics industry. There's so many opportunities within that industry. Don't look at it from taxi driver or bus driver, but there's many opportunities that you could look into the transport sector. Yeah, and colleagues, those who want to join our session for the KZN cluster, maybe you want to get more information, you're most welcome. You can ask us, then they can join us. All right, there was somebody who was trying to disturb me. It don't matter. All right, cool. So thank you so much for the poll. I think this is awesome. And then I'm going to capture all this and share the results with you guys. Thank you so much for the love, Tabang. I am done. My job is done.
All right. Thank you very much, Abuti Rams, Tabang Pala. Colleagues, we are done right on time. It's just 30 seconds left to 1 o'clock. So I'm wrapping up now. On behalf of Abuti Rams Consultancy and the Tsogo Road Safety Team, I'd like to thank firstly the participants for bearing with us. It's been a grueling 4.5 hours of interaction, knowledge sharing, idea sharing, and we are growing in our different facets, in our different disciplines. And we thank you for young people for having so much discipline in this session and sticking it out. I know we've lost a few people through connectivity, through data issues, but we are learning as we are doing these online sessions. We are learning as we are improving with the government has termed the new normal. So thank you very much for sticking it out. To our partners, the Department of Transport in Limpopo, RTMC, we thank you very much. But the most thanks goes to the sponsor and the main supporter of this program, the Road Accident Fund. We thank you, our comrade Thabo from RAF, for also sticking it out. It's not easy. And for the support you've given us, we really appreciate it. Dr. Rosh Mamabolo, we appreciate your expert presentation that was made so concise, because the business canvas model is a very complex and long concept, but you summarized it very well. I want to also thank Anisha. We hijacked you. And thank you very much for coming through with the stats and everything. Please do make that presentation available for colleagues, and we hope that you'll be able to join our other session where we can have similar statistics presented to young people, so they see the seriousness and the urgency of, most importantly, their intervention in road safety. I'm going to end the meeting now. I'd like to thank all our participants for coming through. You can start logging off, enjoy the rest of the data. You can now update your phone. Maybe if I can ask, maybe our our partners, Anisha, Mema Piti, and Tabo, to just remain behind along with Dr. Rosh Mamabolo, to just sort of get a feedback from you guys going forward, what we can improve. Colleagues, thank you very much. You can start leaving the meeting now, or else I'll start kicking you out. Oh, wait, before we leave, I see a hand from William. William, you can go ahead. I hope that's not a question, it's a vote of thanks.
I know you are right, Chief. That's a good initiative for everyone, actually. I would like to appreciate whatsoever it was about this road and safety. So I would like to appreciate the program, because what it was happening here, it shows us and teaches us, especially Rena Babacha, botlhokwa too much mo go rena, so that re kgone go tseba gore na melao le melawana ya ditsela e reng. Actually ke rata go leboga tse tsotlhe tse di diraetseng le gono, and ke re big up to everyone. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. That was William speaking on behalf of the participants, I suppose. So we thank you guys for the positive feedback. You can start leaving the meeting now, and so that we can have a discussion about you with our partners. I see there's also a comment in the comment section. Let me just read it quickly. Okay, no, it's also another appreciation of thank you. Thank you, guys. You can leave the meeting. Thank you very much.
Comrades, I'm asking for Mr. Thabo Makwela's number before I leave. Can you quickly assist me there?
Yes, comrade. We will share it with your coordinator in your WhatsApp. We'll share his contact details. Thank you very much. Yes, Azania, the number has been shared in the comment section. It's a 074 number, 074 074 54 99870, 074 4599 870. You can leave, colleagues, once you capture the number. We want to remain and talk about you. Khomoto, Azania, William, okay, they're gone. Azania, are you happy? Izelwe too, are you okay, my leader? All right, colleagues, Khomoto, I see you're still remaining. Is there an issue?
No, leadership, I wanted to ask, because I'm one of the partners, so should I excuse myself or not?
Oh, you're one of the coordinators.
Yeah, it's the coordinator for Limpopo.
Okay, you can remain, my leader.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, just bear with us for 5 more minutes. I just want to, these online engagement.